Hey Josh,
Hey Dustin, so nice to see you.
how you been?
I've been good. It's been way too long.
It has been.
I'm trying to think the last time I think I may have seen you in person may have been the March board meeting, which would have been the second Tuesday in March, right?
Yep.
That was
That's
like 8 months ago.
Jeez. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, how's everything going with the boys?
Oh, they're doing really well. How about yours?
My girls are good. They actually went back to school in person the day after Labor Day.
Really?
Yeah, I have a
School district?
Delmar Union.
Okay.
It's just an elementary school district, and I have a sixth grader, a fourth grader, and a kindergartner. So we actually, families were able to choose. And so we chose in person primarily because of my kindergartner. It would have been really hard for her to, given my wife's work schedule, my work schedule, to do kindergarten on a computer all year. So
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We sent our kindergartner to private kindergarten because it was in person.
awesome. And how's everything going?
Oh, he's doing really well.
Cool.
The older one struggles a little bit. He doesn't like distance learning, doesn't like Zoom meetings. But
What
he's
grade is your older son in?
second.
Okay. Yeah.
Supposed to go back. I think they're talking November 9th.
Okay.
But
all right.
We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred. Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Fred.
Yeah, my sign language capabilities are not that good.
That's good to see you, Fred.
Hello. Let's see if I can adjust lighting. Photography is not my forte either, so best I can do for now. I got that halo effect, sort of like angelic.
That's the word I was searching for.
And from Mount Sinai, Anyway, good afternoon. Are we it so far?
Yeah, I think so.
Like it.
All right.
I'm going to grab some water before this starts. Be right back.
Go, go, go. Michael. Good afternoon, Michael. Oh, he's still connecting. Michael?
Yes.
I was going to suggest to you that since this is a California public meeting, that Biden-Harris sign probably was not the best choice until you changed out your background. I was going to wait for Josh to voice into that.
You beat me to it.
Michael, not that I in my house is riddled with those, but not behind me during a public meeting.
I just saw a police officer in some state who was in a voting area, and he was wearing his MAGA hat or whatever,
Yeah.
I'm okay foregoing it, but it hurts.
Thank you, Michael.
I saved you the admonition from Mr. Kaplan. That was forthcoming. I know.
I'm going to take a magic marker and write Biden on it.
That's funny.
You could just say someone wrote it while you were sleeping and it's permanent ink and you can't do anything about it.
There you go.
I'll say it's a tattoo. What can I do?
All right. If it was good enough for Manson. Hello, Shauna. We can't hear you.
Hi, Fred. How are you?
I'm well.
All is
I do
good.
want to speak with you sometime between now and the end of December, because Sherry and I are going to join on the Don Diego funding. So
Terrific.
I just need to know, could you do this for me? Could you send me a contact person over at the fund
Yeah.
in Rancho Santa Fe?
let's set up a phone meeting after this meeting and we can chat. I can send you everything you need to know. I've got it all.
Okay.
I need to tell you that we've had a number of other people.
Good.
Beside Roxana and me, Steve Shoemaker is joining, and Francie are going to set up an endowed scholarship, and some other people as well.
Well,
So
Sherry and I are going to be doing the same.
terrific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great way to ensure that the scholarships are funded going forth. So
Listen, I seconded the motion. I better support it.
I know it. I know it. Put your money where your mouth is. Is that it?
Exactly. Well, I believe in it. And Sherry and I both felt that we wanted to do it for the category of a former employee at the fair. That's the one that means the most to us.
Well,
So.
and Frank and I are going to do it in the same category because after all, I got a job working at the fair many years ago because Frank had grown up and put himself through San Diego State working at the fair. So
I never knew that.
good things for a lot of people.
Yeah. Anyway, so we'll talk some more, but I just wanted you to know that that's our plan.
Terrific.
Hello, ladies, directors. Lisa, are you in a kitchen?
No, I'm in my office.
Oh, you're on. I see pots and pans. I didn't know if that was.
I know. I have it kind of, my office is to one side and then, it's like a butler's pantry to the other side.
I love it.
Thank
I love the copper, all the copper. I love that.
Yeah, I love the copper too. Yeah. So how's everyone good?
We're hanging in. I'm hanging in.
Yeah, I know everyone's
All right.
got to hang in.
I'm going to be going to New York in a couple of weeks for our son's wedding.
Wonderful. Where in New York is it?
Probably the worst place for wanting to physically be, Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah, that's a toughie. I just got back Thursday.
Yeah.
After 2.5 months, and it's let me tell you, it's really breaking out in Brooklyn.
So yeah, I mean we're going on a Wednesday, coming back on Sunday. The wedding has gone from being a full blown wedding to 44 people outdoors and seated, no cocktail hour. Everybody's going to be sitting at a table watching the wedding, sitting at the table having cocktails and appetizers, sitting at the table having dinner, and that's it. And the entertainment will be each of us toasting or roasting the couple.
Yeah, which will be fun, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to have fun with it already. I mean, yeah.
When I want to tell you something, when we found out Bill was sick, Jacqueline and James actually got married. It was just the immediate family, and we had to pull it together very quickly. And it was amazing. It was beautiful. So you're gonna see a different sense altogether.
I know it's a different vibe, as they say, than what was intended by them. Yeah. But we're excited about it, except for the traveling there and back. But we're going to be wearing our moon suits.
Yeah, that's right.
And gloves, our shields, our masks, goggles.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be taking one small step for man.
Are you flying JetBlue?
No, we're flying American.
Okay, because JetBlue is
out of LAX.
Okay. Well, listen, congratulations. And please give them a big hug. Well, I don't know if you can hug them.
I can. We're in the same pod.
Okay, good.
I will. Thank you for that.
From us and the best of wishes. And we hope to see them when they get back and celebrate.
Hope all of us will be able to come back safely.
Right. That's right.
Please give them my best and my hugs too, Fred.
Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you so much.
Wonderful kids, I'll tell you.
Yes, they are.
And is this the son that's the best babysitter ever?
That's right, the best. Grandmas are the best. I know.
And same for me too, Fred. I'm driving, so I'm on audio, but I'm.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Sending you lots of positive vibes over the air.
Yeah. Thanks, Pierre. I appreciate that. Thanks, man.
These are milestones in your life. These are the best milestones,
Yeah. There's it's going to be a little circuitous getting to this milestone, but hopefully we've planned it out well, and managing the,
Yes.
The
Find out
roadblocks.
Sherry, she's done a great job. Sherry doesn't leave any detail, not covered.
that is true about Sherry. You're right. You know her well.
I do.
Yeah,
So, well, we can't wait to see pictures too.
we will. I'll share.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is our meeting a little late today?
I don't know. Are we waiting on Richard and
Oh, maybe.
Carlene? Is Carlene on? I didn't hear.
No, I think we're waiting
Yeah.
for the meeting room at the district to open up the line
Open
to
up,
connect us
yeah.
all to the room.
I
Okay.
see we have 25 people.
Well, it's sure beautiful here. What a day.
I think they just wanted us to get some catch-up time, right?
Right.
Yes.
Lisa, how's it been acclimating to getting back to San Diego and away from that baby?
Hard.
Bad.
I know, difficult, because I was even doing, the night feedings, and it was just great, that time with them. And but they're doing well. We interviewed some good help because she goes back to work November 4th. So,
Wow.
yeah. So so I left her in good shape, which I feel good about,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you in Brooklyn?
No, I was in the city. They live in Chelsea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Very nice area.
Yeah, it was a great area. I walked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Was the High Line open?
Yes.
Did it?
But they only have one entrance and one exit. It's very interesting. So you are walking the whole thing.
One way. It's a one way now.
Yeah.
It's one way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I hear everybody now.
Yep, I think they're coming in.
I
Okay,
finally
we
got a
need
new
to- we can
computer so
stop
I could
the-
use the virtual background. Woohoo.
Okay, board, we're
I know,
about
I
ready
still
to
can't
start.
do mine.
So,
My
we need to
computer's
stop
too
the
old.
conversation.
Hey, Richard.
We were just talking about you, Richard.
So Sam and Lisa,
I
I
don't
got
even have a
stung
camera.
on before the meeting started because my actual
Hello.
background had Biden Harris sign.
Nobody can see me, but I'm out here. I'm going to hit my gavel in a minute.
Okay.
Oh, I'm delayed.
There you are. There you are.
That's funny. What was that? All right. We had a few challenges on our end. Thanks for everybody for waiting. Here I am. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the October 2020 meeting of the Board of Directors of the 22nd DAA. Can you all hear me? I think I've got a major delay going on.
Can you go a little louder? Richard, can you speak a little louder or turn up your microphone?
Hold on one second. All right, I'm going to try this one more time, and hopefully I won't hear myself a second time. That's what was happening. I was stating it, and then I was hearing myself again. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to the October 2020 meeting of the Board of Directors of the 22nd DAA. Donna, can you please call roll?
Sure. President Valdez,
Here.
Vice President Barquette,
Here.
Director Gelfin,
Here.
Director Mead,
Here.
Director Mosier,
Here.
Director Nejabat,
Here.
Director Rowland,
Here.
Director Shank,
Here.
and Director Slayman.
Here.
Great, thank you. Great to see everybody, and well, except for Director Slayman, who is on the phone.
I'm here.
I know. A few housekeeping items that I want to address first before we hit the any agenda items. First of all, I want to let everybody know I am changing an agenda item. So 5F, Community Relations Committee, will become 5E, and 5E, Land Use Environmental Committee, will go to 5F. So it'll go Community Relations and then Land Use. Secondly, wanted to let everybody know that given the full agenda that we have, as well as likely a lengthy closed session, and the large number of folks we have signed up for public comment, we are once again going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. And that will be across the board for all speakers on all topics. Thirdly, as is required by Bagley-Keene, whenever there is any action that takes place during closed session of any board meeting, our requirement is to, at the latest, address that and report that out at the next board meeting. So at the September, I think it was 15th board meeting, which was our last meeting of the board, during closed session, the full board unanimously approved the separation agreement between Tim Fennell and the 22nd DAA. The official retirement date for Mr. Fennell is November the 2nd, and this will be our last meeting before that official date. So I just want to say on behalf of the board, thanks to Tim Fennell for 27 plus years of service to the 22nd DAA and the Del Mar Fairgrounds in the capacity of general manager and CEO. We appreciate all that he did for a very long tenure at the Del Mar Fairgrounds and wish him only the very best going forward. Those were the housekeeping items that I needed to report out on. And so on to the next item on the agenda, the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
That's Barquette. A second?
Second.
That's Mead. Any discussion? Donna, take the vote.
President Valdez,
Aye.
Vice President Barquette,
Aye.
Director Gelfen,
Aye.
Director Mead,
Aye.
Director Mosier,
Aye.
Director Nejabat,
Aye.
Director Rowland,
Aye.
Director Shank,
Aye.
Director Slayman.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. On to the management report, interim CEO Carlene Moore.
Thank you. We're going to start today's meeting with recognition of one of our longtime employees, Ray Renteria Jr., and for his 20 years of service to the district. I think one of the words that probably best describes Ray is that he is the ultimate dirt mover and really ultimate mover of so many things. So he was originally hired as a tractor operator laborer. There's a state title for you, and has been integral to the success of so many of our events, especially things taking place in the arena, now over at Horse Park as well, the Del Mar National, and so on. So please join me in congratulating him for his 20 years of service. And Ray, if you'll come on up to the front, we'll present you with your pin.
Picture? Want to take a picture?
And then with that, we're going to have our Business Services Officer, Katie Mueller, give an update on Screen Zone.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to share with you how Scream Zone's been operating. It started on October 1st, as you recall, and it will be over on October 31st. And we have a little tiny slideshow presentation to show you. Let's see, it's getting loaded. So as you recall, we kind of had to switch up our business model a little bit, and we converted Scream Zone, we reinvented Scream Zone into a drive-through experience called Roadkill. You can go to the next slide.
Great graphics, by the way.
Thank you. That was done by our in-house graphic design team. So just as you may recall, this is the route that the Scream Zone takes you through. So you enter through the main lot. We queue everybody up. You drive through the red lot, which is on the south side of the property, all the way to the backstretch area. And it takes you through a 1-mile course of different props and themed haunts and actors and fun lighting and fog effects before you are exited out the Solana gate. So it takes about 25 minutes to complete the whole route. It's 3 miles per hour, but we find that people like to drive much, much slower actually, because they want to take in the full experience. Here's the next slide. So we're killing it in Scream Zone. It's literally been sold out every single night it's been open, starting with opening night, and it's sold out through Halloween. I have to give huge shout out to the box office department, Lena Julgen and Mary Lawson, who put this event together, who did all of the research and made sure that we were compliant with all the rules and regulations regarding, you know, social distancing and using the proper PPE and, you know, limiting again the number of customers that we served each night, making it a safe experience for everyone. And knock on wood, it has been a safe experience for everyone that's participated. We anticipate we'll have a final P&L ready in November that will include the food and beverage sales that have occurred outside of the event. Also, we've been selling merchandise, fun Scream Zone themed face masks, t-shirts, pins that say Scream Zone, that kind of thing. But our anticipated admission gross just on the vehicle admissions is $580,000, and we anticipate netting around $185,000.
How many cars does that represent on a typical night?
So on Sunday through Thursdays, we're open from 7 to 10 p.m. and on Fridays and Saturdays, we're open from 7 to 11. 65 cars are allowed, is our limit per half-hour session. So about 400 cars on the weeknights and 500 cars on the weekend nights.
And since you're selling out, do people like back up onto Via de la Valle and have to be turned around, or how do you handle?
No, we actually have enough queuing area, and it works out really well because it's a timed ticket. So people come at their designated time, whether that's 7 p.m., 7:30, 8. It's on every half hour. So when we have the cars, we've got plenty of room to queue the cars between the main lot and the what we call the red lot, which is where the RVs stay. We've got plenty of room to queue cars, and then we do have quite a few vehicles that pull up. We ask them initially when our parking directors first greet them at the fire gate, we make sure you got your tickets right. And if they somehow sneak past there or get past that point, we also are scanning their tickets over near the entrance, and that's where we verify that they do in fact have a ticket, and then they can exit quickly out of the Solana gate. We have a third lane that we can exit them out if they don't have tickets. So we're pretty strict about that. If you don't have tickets, you're not going to get into the haunt.
Just out of curiosity, if you had a car with some kids who just got too scared by the whole thing, could they pull out of it, or once you're in, you're kind of stuck?
Yes, we have a few emergency exits located throughout the haunt that we could pull people out of. But to be honest with you, we have not to date have had to do that yet. It's really a family-friendly event, and parents with kids of all ages come to the event. We've got young adults that come. We've even got seniors that I've seen coming to visit the haunt. So it's been just a really fun experience for all that are involved. You can roll your windows up if you get too scared. So there's some options for that. But yes, we do have a way to exit people out if they really and truly can't finish the course. So these are some pictures, and I wanted to just share these pictures with you because we've done something really creative, and this was Mary's idea, I believe, to have the PPE in place. As if you will look closely at this picture, you hopefully can see it on your computer screens. It's Freddy Krueger from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. He's one of our actors, but what he's wearing from the nose down is actually a mask. So he's really only made up on the forehead, and then what he has below that is a mask. And I brought a few examples that I can show you after the slideshow's over of the creativity of the masks. So what we've been able to do is take these canvas masks and have an artist who paints an acrylic paint these faces on them. And it protects the actors, and it also protects the people that have their windows rolled down on the cars. And we do require, if you're in your car with the windows rolled down, that you also are wearing a mask. And then you'll see included in your board packet is some of our social media reviews, and also a really, really thorough review done by a group called Hollywood Gothic, and I think it really captures the experience of the event very well. And once these reviews came out, the tickets just went. We didn't have to do any marketing at that point. And you may have seen over the past couple of days, we've had some media do some morning hits out there, but it's just because the media wanted to and not because we needed to sell tickets, which is really unusual. We're always trying to peddle tickets, so it's been a lot of fun to be sold out every night. So,
is this something that you could contemplate doing post-COVID in addition to other haunted house activities, or do you see it going away once COVID is gone and we get back to normal?
I think that people are really enjoying the experience of being in their car, whether or not COVID is a factor. So yes, I could see that something as something we contemplate going into the future. We can't accommodate the number of people we've been able to in the past with a traditional haunted house. So we'll have to do some, some financial analysis of all that. But it's just a great family experience. And at the past during the Scream Zone, you see a lot of parents dropping kids off and that kind of thing. And now you see them taking them through it together. So it's really a fun experience. But these are the masks. I don't know if the camera can pan over here or not. Yeah. Right. But these are what the masks look like. So these are kind of like Billy Bob teeth. So you see, you only have to be made up from the forehead up because you've got this made up mask that goes on. And, there's a lot of protections in place. Masks are cleaned and washed and disinfected every single day, along with the costumes and everything else. So.
Well, and I'll just add to that. It was actually our employee Mary and her mom who sewed and made the masks, and then one of the makeup artists did the painting of the masks. So that's why it blends so well with the makeup artistry of the actual actors' faces. So it's really been a great job by everybody and a real team effort to pull this off, and we're just thrilled with the success of it. And so with that, we'll turn to Melinda Carmichael for an update on other events and activities that we have going on.
Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, I'm excited as well that we do have events and we are doing them a little differently this year. As you know, we are hosting Concerts in Your Car by the promoter CBF Productions. Do I have slides?
What?
Sorry.
What's the name of the promoter?
I'm sorry?
What's the name of the promoter?
It's CBF Productions. And so far to date, we've had 4 weeks, but out of the 3 weeks of Concerts in Your Car, which includes both movies and concerts, we've earned approximately $40,000 net, and we've seen about 3,000 cars come through. So it's a new way for us to earn business. And as you've seen from the drive-through with Scream Zone, this is another opportunity. However, with that, we've had some challenges with noise coming from the concert because it's concerts in the round. The speakers go all the way around. And so we've been working to mitigate with the promoter to make sure that we have adjusted that. And initially we did have several complaints from our neighbors, and we apologized to them and are working hard to move forward. And we had 0 complaints this last weekend. So that was good news with some of the adjustments. And we're also going to continue to try and move the speakers in a different angle so that doesn't disrupt the community. So that's exciting. And in addition, we had partnered with the county to do some COVID testing for the school district. And we have 2 fundraisers. We're still running our mainly Mozart concerts, and we have 7 of them in October, along with 4 horse shows. And then for November, we also have some additional horse shows and our Christmas tree lot coming back to us. And currently we have Snow Jam scheduled, which is also another exciting opportunity because it's a new retail format, which the promoter has put together a very healthy plan with protocols to keep all safety criteria in effect. And we partnered with our county to ensure that that's in line with that. And they will be operating at a 10% capacity. So we're continuing to look at other ways to earn revenues and rent out our facility in a healthy and safe manner. And that's all I have to report.
While you're still there, I got a question about the car concerts and sound complaints. If I'm not mistaken, we've got microphones surrounding the perimeter of the property that monitor the decibel levels and automatically send emails to staff when the maximum levels are exceeded. Is that still in place? Was that operational during these concerts?
Yes, we do have the tutors around the grounds on the perimeters, and that is monitored. And Dustin Fuller does a great job of monitoring and making sure that we all have that information. And he has been integral in working through a plan with the promoter to ensure that we continue to decrease that noise level. And I think we have achieved that by way of making a few adjustments.
Exceeding the levels when we got the complaints, or were we within the levels and we got complaints anyways?
We were exceeding by 1 decibel. And so I think one of the bigger issues, though, was one of the acts that we had, which had some vulgarity in the performance. And so with that, I think that was the larger concern with the community, along with the noise. So we've adjusted the noise, and we've also changed some of the lineup. So we did have an additional rap band that was scheduled, and we had eliminated that so that we have more family-friendly performances.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, with that, next up is Chana with the Don Diego Foundation report.
Well, today in your board packet, you will find a little salute to Jessica Vargas, our 2016 Spanian Scholar, which means that she ended up with a $10,000 scholarship for us. She graduated Vista High School. She was a star FFA student, but she came from a family of 9 or 10 kids, none of whom had ever participated in any kind of agriculture. But the ag teacher at Vista High School started her off with raising some rabbits, and she ended up with a pig and won a blue ribbon at the San Diego County Fair. Off she went to Cal State San Marcos. She graduated in 3 years, got her teaching credential, and this fall she's starting as a brand new teacher in the Vista Unified School District. And she has told us on many occasions that the $10,000 that she got from Don Diego was that money that made it possible for her to get through the first 2 years, that extra money that made her get through 2 whole years at Cal State San Marcos and not have to worry about paying for her books or any of her classes. She had a lot of other help too, but we appreciate her, her thoughtful gratefulness towards us. And then too late to get into your board packet, I just want to tell you about a special offer. We had our Don Diego board meeting on Thursday, and last month I told you we were working on procuring more endowed scholarships so that going forward every year we're not madly raising money to fund the next year's scholarships. So we have developed an endowed scholarship program. At the moment we have 4 scholarships that are fully funded that are going to be paying their first scholarships next year. And our board decided that we wanted to encourage more people to participate. So from now until December 31st, if you want to create an endowed scholarship to honor somebody, remember yourself, reward kids, whatever your motivation is, with a minimum donation of $10,000, Don Diego will match your donation 2-for-1 out of our unrestricted reserves. We are fortunate to have enough money to be able to do this. So if you put up a $10,000 donation, as my husband and I are going to do, Don Diego will match it 2-for-1. That'll create a $30,000 endowed scholarship. So going forward, the Man and Family Scholarship will be offered to employees of the fair for years to come. So I would invite you to either go to our website, there's a lot of information there, call or email me, because I'd be delighted to help you set up a scholarship. And thank you.
Thank you, Chana. Well, as you can see, we have a lot of very exciting things that are going on, and really falls more into the realm of what we're used to, which is celebrating, celebrating everyday life, just bringing people together and things like that. But unfortunately, it's also, as we all know, some of this creativity is the result of what has been a challenging year for all of us, not just us as an organization, but truly each and every one of us. Those of you out there in TV land right now, that we can't, all be together for meetings and such. And so really the hardest time though for us as an organization has really taken place over these past 4 months, as we have slowly said goodbye to a lot of our permanent staff, some who retired along the way, some who left for other opportunities along the way. But the most significant of that, and really culminating last week, was our layoffs. So earlier this spring, we had already parted ways with about 99% of our temporary and seasonal workforce, approximately 102 seasonal employees and retired annuitants, which truly are part of civil service in the state of California. And then just last week, again, our layoffs culminated. If you recall, back in June, we had notified 115 employees of those pending layoffs. It's approximately a 4-month period. And during that time, with the anticipation that we would be laying off 92 employees. And so I am actually excited to be able to report that a number of our employees either took the opportunity to retire that were eligible, of which 18 did, and another 15 found other employment. 8 people transferred to other state agencies, 7 people found employment in the private sector. It's our understanding that we have a few more employees have prospects. They're going through background checks and things like that with other state agencies. We had 6 employees that wound up remaining with us via demotion. So the position that they were in was being eliminated, but they had the opportunity to demote down to a lower position. And so 6 did stay with us for that. And so at the end of the day, we were left ultimately laying off 58 people with no other options for them at this time. So in all, staff is, we talk in terms of our staffing being reduced by 60%. And really, we've been reduced much larger than that because, again, those seasonal employees, those temporary employees that have always been a part of our team were significant to that as well. And so in terms of that, we are well below the 30% mark of the small but mighty force that we have going forward. And so with that, we're also making some additional changes that you'll see when you do have the opportunity to come back to the fairgrounds. The biggest of which is we're closing many of our satellite offices. These are offices throughout the fairgrounds property, and really bringing all our remaining employees together under kind of 3 umbrella areas: our operations department area, our public safety, and then all of the remaining employees into the administration building. So we've got quite a bit of physical shuffling taking place right now as well. So If we're not as responsive in returning a phone call or an email, please know it's because potentially we are truly physically moving folks around at this point.
So you're saying the area where your HR offices are and board meetings normally took place is that staff are moving into the offices near the paddock area or whatever?
Yes, that's some of our staff that we're relocating into the administration building. Yes. And so with that, I just want to kind of take a moment and also give the opportunity to the board as well to really just honor the employees that have been here for so long. This has not been an easy process on any one of us. I know this board, this was not a light process. It wasn't for those remaining, but truly for those employees that unfortunately are no longer in our employment for just in this foreseeable future, we will miss them terribly.
I want to take a moment to also echo what Carlene had just stated. My understanding, Carlene, is that you're now down to 62 permanent staff members.
Correct.
Yes, so we went from about 158 before COVID to 62. I had the good fortune of being able to at least attend an all-staff meeting a couple of months ago to give me an opportunity to at least virtually mostly, but there were plenty of staff members here at the time, to be able to address the staff from the board. As you know, many of our staff would come to our board meetings. We would have the occasion to see our staff at the various events that were taking place. And I told them I felt a real COVID disconnect with them because there really was that. And I wanted to make sure that they understood that just because we hadn't been in contact, the board, with them, it wasn't that we didn't understand and know what was going on. And while certainly the decisions of layoffs is an operational one for senior staff to make, the board was cognizant of all the steps necessary for that to happen. I was able to convey to them my thanks and the board's thanks for all that they've done and an understanding of what all they've been through. And also to those who are remaining with us, who have had to deal with the same issues as those who are leaving, and also understanding that there will be high expectations on them and fewer staff members and still heavy workloads. So I really want to thank all of the staff who are departing. It was with a heavy heart that I saw them depart. I've known them for the full 6 years that I have served on this board and have repeatedly been very positive on what I've seen with their dedication to the fairgrounds. And I also was able to convey to those who remain, and I do that again today, thank you for all that you've done and are doing for the fairgrounds. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was hearing from the board president on that, and then if there is anybody else who wants to chime in on that in that regard, please do so.
I'd like to thank everyone that has given so much to Del Mar, the fairgrounds, the staff, each other, and you've supported each other. And I think the staff has been amazing. I've been on the board a long time, and it's like family. And so I truly want to thank each and every one of you. And if there's anything we can do for you, please, I reach out. And if I can help, I will. And I know many of us feel the same way. So these are tough times, but you know what? It'll get better. And I'm a very positive thinker always in what comes around my way. And you're just such wonderful, genuine, hardworking people. And my gratitude abounds to each and every one of you. You've given so much to all of us. So thank you very much. And I wish you the best.
I'll just join, Mr. Chairman. Director Barquette and I have sat in these chairs for a long time and have gotten to know so many of these friends and colleagues. Tim, would always admonish us in referring to everyone as team members. And I was always mindful of that and appreciated that. But as Lisa said, they're really more than team members. They were family members. And when you lose someone from your family, they move away, they go somewhere else. You don't forget them, but you do miss them. And we will not forget, but we will continue to miss this dedication and commitment to the 22nd DAA. As I've said often, most of these people were not doing it for the money. They did it out of a real, sincere commitment to this state agency. And what has made the 22nd DAA rise above all of the others has been the people who make it so. And so my personal thanks and good wishes to those who are no longer with us, and appreciation for those who are staying, because we will be rebuilding.
Would it be appropriate for me to propose a motion in support of a resolution acknowledging our thanks and support to all of the staff members who are leaving, as well as thanks to those who are staying and the above and beyond the call of duty work that they'll be doing?
I think that's an appropriate motion. Mr. Kaplan, is there any issue with respect to that sort of motion for a resolution in that kind that's not necessarily on the agenda?
No, I think because it's more ceremonial in nature, I wouldn't have any objection to it. It simply sounds like Director Gelfand wants to find a way to formally acknowledge all the employees that have left the fairgrounds through one of the avenues Carlene spoke about, and for those that remain and continue to work at the fairgrounds. So I don't have an objection to that.
Thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
That's Director Mead. Any further discussion?
That was actually Barquette, I think, wasn't it?
That's okay. That's okay.
Oh,
but
we both.
I saw mouths moving from Lisa, so I didn't hear the voice.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, may we just move by acclamation, since this is not an agenda item? Can we just say by acclamation, we support this motion?
Yes, by all means. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you for doing that, Director Gelfand. Anything further, CEO Moore?
I don't want your paycheck. So now moving forward, and I think that was really, thank you to all of you as board members for just that acknowledgement of everybody, not just those remaining, but again, those who have left our employment. But moving forward now, just a little bit of industry news updates. So the California Fairs Alliance met last week. They had a call. So just as an update, if you recall in the governor's message for the AB 75, the $40.3 million funding, there is also in the close of that about reorganizing the DAAs for the future. And so that work is still continuing. CDFA is working with an internal committee on that and how that the relationship may be redefined in the future. And so I'll keep you posted as there are any updates to that. And then the other thing that came up during that call and discussion is that the industry continues to request better definition and direction from Governor Newsom in regards to the structure of events, as we see more and more activity opening up, where it seems like some events that are typically thought of as mass gatherings perhaps fall into that realm. I think a great example was presented just a little bit ago in terms of like our Snow Jam event and fitting into the mold really of a retail experience. And so following those guidelines. And so we'll continue to keep you apprised on that as well. And then our work with county public health to help make some of these activities available and viable here at the fairgrounds again. Just so that you're all aware, I did receive an award, one of 5 women to receive an award from a scholarship award from IAVM's Foundation for 100+ Women. And that is to attend their virtual conference next week of Venue Connect, which is there's going to be a lot of really great information about venues across the country and just the efforts that are being made to reopen and recover from what we're all still facing, as we're the last ones really to be reopened. And then just a quick note, it came up at last month's meeting, but just wanted to let you know that we are working to pull together all of the previous policies and board resolutions into, well, 2 documents really, so that we have that information available and on hand for you as board members in the future. So we're continuing with that project as well. And with that, that concludes my management report.
I have a
Thank you.
question for Carlene.
Yes. Director Rowland.
Yes, I was wondering if the still forthcoming guidelines for reopening of a venue like Disneyland, is that something that is relevant to the mass gatherings that the fair might look forward to next year?
Absolutely it is. And we have spoken with, and it's been shared with us, with County Public Health and OES, the reopening and recovery team. They have shared some documents with us that others have developed, both in the outdoor marketplace, so to speak, as well as indoor facilities. And so we're working to develop our own, but we'll definitely be monitoring the progress of, Disneyland, Legoland, SeaWorld, in essence, the amusement parks being able to reopen, and what that criteria might look like for them, so that we can model ourselves off of that as well.
Thank you. And can you, has the Orange County Marketplace reopened?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Not to my understanding. They had challenges alone just getting their fair food event open. So we are very fortunate to be in the county that we are in. And we really appreciate our, like I said, it's a combination of public health and OES leading that effort and working so closely with us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Carlene. There was another housekeeping item that I did want to address before we get to committee reports. I just want the board to know this, and then also for the public to know the procedures that we follow, and attempt to be uniform on this. If there's any communication from the public to the board by way of letter or email, those communications are included in the board packet, as well as are provided to the board as a whole when received. Attachments to communications, which can be sometimes voluminous, are not necessarily included in the board packet. However, they are included in the dissemination to the board members. So the board members have the correspondence as well as the attachments available to them. The attachments will likely not be in the board packet itself. They are available by way of public records requests because they are part of the public record, but just not part of the packet simply because of the volume of paper and the time necessary to have included it all. But for everybody's edification, the communication themselves are in the board packets. Want to make sure if there's any questions. Okay, on to committee reports A, and we have a few members of the public that I'm going to call on their public comment first. And again, limited to 2 minutes. Donna, do you have your time? Okay, so first up is Mary Talley.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mary Talley. I'm the president of State Fair Spectaculars and vice president of Talley Amusements, and have been an independent ride operator, San Diego County Fair, for the past 18 years. Small businesses in the outdoor entertainment industry have all took a big hit due to COVID-19. There are only a handful of fairs in the United States that could qualify to be independent midways. Having an independent midway allows you, yes?
Ms. Talley, we have a court reporter. We have a reporter that has to, and that's the lawyer in me, sorry, she's just a reporter here. So she's taking down everything that is being said, and in order for her to be able to do that, you're just gonna have to slow down just a tiny bit. I know that you're within a 2-minute limit, but please slow down just a tad so that she can get the record straight. You can
okay, so do I get my full 2 minutes again? Do I get my full 2 minutes, sir?
Yes, start all over, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm president of State Fair Spectaculars, vice president of Tally Amusements. I've been at San Diego County Fair as a ride operator for 18 years. Our businesses and outdoor entertainment have taken a big hit due to COVID-19. There are only a handful of fairs in the U.S. that qualify to be an independent midway. Having an independent midway allows your fair to select the best and newest equipment available in the United States. Tim Fennell just recently was interviewed by Carnival Warehouse and quoted yesterday to say, "I've seen fairs that are dictated by a ride operator because the fair has given up so much control. The fair can make 5 to 10% more on the revenue split with an independent midway." Everybody that's been in a carnival vendor at the SD Fair has closely watched the previous RFPs for digital ticketing. It has been known in the fair industry that an RFP can be written to favor one participant. In the previous 2 carnival midway related RFP, favoritism has been obvious. Chris Levitt, a family member of RCS, was awarded the first digital contract. Chris's father and mother, Guy and Charlene Levitt, principals of RCS, were awarded the second digital contract. Both of these awards were protested and the RFPs were canceled by fair staff. The fairs continued to show special treatment to RCS in secret communications and operational privileges. Through Freedom of Information Act, I've obtained emails of these communications in 2018 that resulted in the award of the digital ticketing contract being awarded to RCS. Letting one company have a trial year without the required state competitive bid process is simply unfair and illegal and should have never happened or been allowed by your board. It is my belief that Tim Fennell was forced to retire and obviously took the fall for his staff for the lack of due process that is a requirement for a state-funded event. This fair staff has a predetermined agenda to give RCS more and more until they completely are in control of the midway. Now is the worst time imaginable for the fair staff to recommend this change. Issuing a favored RFP for a single source carnival after knowing everything that the fair has learned about the development of their previous RFPs is a recipe for disaster and serious lawsuit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On to Michael Wood.
You might.
Yes, my name is Michael Wood, and I too have been a participant at your fair. My family has since 1984, when my father served as one of your first third-party safety consultants, and we provided equipment since 1988. And you know, there's the comments of Mr. Fennell, and certainly I'm not in a position to tell you all what to do with your fair. But what I will say to you is you have a really good thing going. And the recommendation of staff is that that the lack of staff is the driving force behind doing this. And I know there's an extensive organization that goes on with any event like this. However, the interaction that we have as vendors, albeit amusement ride vendors, is with all third parties anyway. You have a third party electrical contractor, you have a third party midway coordinator, you can get a third party ticket sales company if you so need, or even if we get to this digital ticketing, there are automated systems there that require less and less labor as the technology evolves and gets better. And so my question to you is why is this necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. On to Paul Nemeth.
Paul is no longer on the queue.
Okay. Marlene Vanderborst.
Hello, this is Brian Vanderborst, and I just wanted to let you know that my family has been participating since the beginning in '86, and I was born in 1987. So me being or having my whole life pretty much growing up on the fairgrounds, it's a special thing for me, and I get a little emotional about it, but I just want to let you know that that I would miss it. So that's all, and I'd like to be a part of the change. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Corey Oakley.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Corey Oakley. I am the Vice President of Helm and Sons Amusements. Our owner will be talking shortly as well. I wanted to comment on just a couple of points. I'm a former fair CEO, so I certainly understand the issues that you are facing there relative to your staffing and funding and the challenges. Of course, none of us have been through a challenge like COVID. However, I certainly understand the issues that were addressed earlier with regard to staff. You know, there's about 24 companies, partners, families associated with this independent midway. And we have definitely been part of the success of the San Diego County Fair. And it's because of the toilage of that group of people that has made the county fair literally millions of dollars. The fair, the independent midway, is not a cost center. It is actually a revenue generator. And so from that, in terms of that, we're certainly, the partners that you have within that group are certainly revenue generators for you and should be looked at thusly. My two quick issues are simply one of notification and to let you know that Helm & Sons Amusements has been either the largest or second largest provider of rides, amusement rides for you for at least the last 6 or 7 years. And we had not received any information regarding this change or this suggested change. Nor has anyone other than that I know of, other than yesterday when it sort of came out. Granted, we could certainly review the agenda, but certainly didn't get reached out to from any of the staff for our recommendations, our thoughts, or anything as far as a impact to us. And as partners, that would be something that we would certainly expect to have happen. And second, and most importantly, I think is the issue that Mr. Woods brought up, which is that you basically have a contract management midway in place now. You've kept folks that are familiar with it now in your organization, who are familiar with it, who could certainly supervise a. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. On to Michael Winchester.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, my name is Michael Winchester. Good afternoon, and thank you for letting us participate in the board meeting. We've been a vendor there for over 30 years and provided games and a food wagon on the midway. Is a substantial part of our livelihood. And
You're cutting out a little bit, so I'm not sure what you can do about that, but we can only hear every other word or so. If you want to start all over.
I'm pressing the space bar as it's telling me that is the only way that I'm unmuted. Can you still hear me word for word?
Yes. Better now.
Okay, we've been a part of the fair for 30 years. I wanted to start by congratulating Tim Fennell for 27 years of service, but I would like to touch on the merchandising aspect of our games. Being on the midway in 2019, I was able to monitor the lack of merchandise being given out on the midway, and with an independent midway and the competitive nature, we're able to keep the prices low and offer the patrons a higher percentage of merchandise. So I do support Mary Talley and an independent midway in that respect. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Adam West. You're muted.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Can I speak after the committee report?
I think it's best if we kept all the public comment together. I think that just makes it more sense to have it done now.
Okay.
Thank you.
President Valdez, Chairman Schenk, board members, and fair staff. Good afternoon. My name is Adam West. There have been a lot of changes with respect to the Carnival Midway over the last couple of years. The COVID-19 crisis has definitely forced the district to make a lot of challenging decisions. Whatever way the fair decides to go, I only ask that it is done in a fair, open, transparent way. Everyone speaking today has had the privilege to be a big part of this fair, this great fair. We have all been able to play in the San Diego County Fair's sandbox for many years. I don't have the right to tell the district what's right for the fair, but over the last few years, I have learned that if the district decides to be unbiased and let competition work, great things can happen. President Valdez, at the last board meeting, you asked for us to submit our comments to the board after you suggested that DeBron West, my wife's comments, were inaccurate. Have you had time to review our letter with the attachments that unfortunately weren't added to the board packet that I think sheds a lot of light on the accuracy of our comments? But have you had time to review those comments?
This isn't a question and answer process, Mr. West. It is a public comment. Please proceed.
If there's anything inaccurate that you'd like me to elaborate on or explain, I have a little bit of time left to discuss anything that you may have found inaccurate about the comments that we have previously made.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Director Gelfand, yes.
Forgive my naivete, but people keep referring to Midway. What's Midway?
That is it's actually where you would have the rides and the games and some of the concessions. It's in the rear portion, the most western portion of the fair.
The main thoroughfare.
So is it sort of the entrance in between the exhibit halls and the grandstand, as well as the large area in the back with all the gaming or the amusement park rides?
Mr. Gelfand, when you walk in the door, you look straight back and you'll see the Ferris wheel. Basically everything in between.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Where does it start, Katie?
And includes it basically starts at Mission Tower. And again, as President Valdez says, it's the carnival rides, the game operations, and there are some food concessions within that footprint. To us, it's also known as the West Lot. And then that also includes the infield, which is more of the kiddie rides that take place.
Okay.
So your Midway is typically carnival rides, games, and food.
And is that typically leased out to one or more separate temporary operators?
Director Gelfand, what I'm going to do, let's get through public comment because I'd like to get all of that done, and then we can have all of the director's questions done with Director Shink's report as well. I think that just be a little bit more orderly of a way to do it. So I'm going to go with Katrine McDonough.
She is not on the queue.
And John Taggart.
You're muted. John, if you're speaking, we can't hear you yet. John, can you unmute yourself? Oh, you were there for a moment.
Okay, one more time. There you go. Oh.
John, can you unmute yourself? Oh, there you are.
Okay. I'm John Taggart, president of Big T Concessions. I've been with the fair over 40 years. I've been to the fair the first time it was independent. I was with there when it went from independent back to a carnival when John Lopez and Larry Davis had it for several years, and then it went independent again. It's always a better way of having it when it was independent. You get the best operators in the world. We work the best at it to give a great product to the fair. Noticing on Tim Furnell's speech, he said going independent brought the fair up from, I believe, 8th in the country to number 5 in the largest fairs in the country. It's because of the independent status. We're all good at what we do. It brings out the best in all of us. One operator, not me, not Adam, and definitely not RCS, not one operator can run a fair of that size to the maximum. An additional 5 to 10% net is from an independent Midway. And this is from your CEO of 17 years on a retirement interview he made on Fair News. So I hope you just taken information. There was nothing wrong with what you had. It was the best in the country. Go back to it. Look at it. Go back for a year. Give us all back a chance. If you see something you don't like, tell us. And then if you want to put us to pasture, you can. But you have the best. Don't slaughter it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on the item is Davey Helm.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Davey Helm. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can
As a
hear
third, all right, thank you. As a third generation showman who has partnered with you for over half my life, I feel compelled, as I have been on fairgrounds all over our country. And I firmly believe, and I've said this on record many times, that the talent collection on Del Mar's Independent Midway is the finest group of operators and people in the country that can possibly be obtained in our industry. I have and I will continue to be open to helping our fair as a valued partner in any way possible that is asked of me. For my family's sake, for our company's sake, for our employees' sake, and for all that rely on us for what we provide for, I hope to be a part of Del Mar for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. On to Director Schenk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. About an hour and 15 minutes ago, Dr. Mark Galey, who is the California Health Secretary, announced new requirements for Disneyland and other theme parks, coincidentally, within the last, at about 1:15 this afternoon. What Dr. Galey has addressed and has provided to the state is that only those counties that have a minimum spread of 1 per 100,000 will be allowed to reopen, which means, as we were discussing earlier about Disneyland and others of that industry, looking to what their future will look like. I would say that in the next year, it doesn't look good. And Disneyland's response within the last hour is appropriately one of angst and concern. We let go 20 people who, and we said earlier, our acknowledgement of so many, but 20 of those individuals were directly involved in working in the fair operations for the 22nd DAA. We have now gotten down to numbers that we have never seen before. And as I listen and with tremendous empathy to those men and women who spoke to us over the last half hour about their families and their employees, all I could say is I get it, because we've had to do the same thing with our family and employees, in saying to them that at least for now, we cannot provide the kind of fare that we had provided for decades, as some of our speakers spoke about. It's not a situation that any of us are pleased with. It's not a situation that any of us are happy with. But the reality is that in order for us to survive, we're going to have to look very, very carefully at how we can move forward and provide a meaningful summer fair. We're not sure what it's going to look like. We don't know how many days we'll be able to accommodate. We don't know how many people will be allowed to admit But what I can tell this board is that we're going to do everything we can to make it a safe and well-run summer fair. It may not look like it did for the last 11 years that I've been involved, or for the 30 years that so many of these other men and women have been involved. But we have to do that which will make it safe and accommodating, and one that can provide the kind of standard that we deserve to, and our community deserves to expect from us. So I'm going to ask Katie to speak to what she and Carlene and Director Mead and I met over last week to discuss some of the options that we have and are going to be considering at least for the next year, and to share what our intentions are and how we got to this decision. But by the end of this meeting, I suspect we will be in a place where we're going to recommend an RFP and invite the entire industry to participate in offering up their best opportunities to make sure that our next summer fair is successful, safe, and up to the highest standards that we can achieve, considering the tremendous losses that we have suffered in having to let go so many of our team members. Katie.
Thank you, Fred. I want to start off by thanking all of the previous speakers for taking their time out of their day to come and share their thoughts and feelings with us. I want to echo Fred's sentiments that this is not a decision that we take lightly, or that, we thought that we would find ourselves in 9 months ago when this pandemic first broke out. But we have done a lot of soul searching over those 9 months, and we've found our business really evolving over the past 9 months. And what we've concluded is that we need to find ways, with the reduction in staff that we've experienced and the financial challenges that we continue to experience, to operate more efficiently. And we believe that this is one of those areas that we can do that with limited staff that we have. As Carlene reported, we have 62 employees left on staff, but many of those are in the operations and security departments. So the folks that we have left to plan and program the fair are very few and far between. We've been working and engaging with our county public health and OES officials, as was mentioned earlier. They are helping us greatly. They want to see us succeed, but they are limited by what the state allows health officials to do. And so they provided us with Legoland's reopening plan, and they've provided us with the San Diego Convention Center's reopening plans, both of which they consider to be well done and ones that we can model ourselves off of. And we are in the process of developing a plan of our own. That being said, we know that today drive-in events are allowed, and we've been successful in doing that. There may be, there's 3 different scenarios that we're looking at. We're looking at a drive-in only event. We're looking at, opening with some restrictions. We're trying to determine whether or not, if that's financially feasible for us to do so. And then we're also looking at, returning to normal operations, but that seems very uncertain, especially in light of what we just heard. So we'll continue to look at those 3 different scenarios. And I would encourage everyone that spoke on this call today to take a look at the RFP that we're sending out. It's not biased. The scoring will not be biased. It will be in the interest of fairness and, frankly, what each of us here is responsible for doing, and that is determining what is in the best interest of the 22nd District Agricultural Association. So this RFP, if recommended to go out, will hopefully go out within 30 days. No, we have not made our intentions clear to anyone yet. We have not sent out a letter of intention or notified anyone. We wanted to bring that to the board first after discussion with the Fair Operations Committee. But believe me, by the end of this week, we will be letting everyone in the industry know what our intentions are. And again, you know, we are making a decision that is in the best interest of the district, and I think will allow us to operate more efficiently than we've been able to in the past. We simply don't have the bandwidth to manage an independent carnival the way that we have in the past. So I really appreciate everyone's understanding and everyone's patience as we work through the many, many aspects of the very complex event known as the San Diego County Fair, and get answers to all of these questions which will arise. And there's many other areas we're going to have to do business differently than we've done before, to hopefully be able to get back to where we were, if not in 2021, hopefully 22 or 23. And that's pretty much it outside of what's in the staff report. Is there any questions?
Director Gelfand.
Well, just so I have this in the right context, if we just found out today that the state is suggesting that Disney not open until the rate of COVID cases is 1 per 100,000, I just looked at the county of San Diego statistics, and we're at somewhere like 1,550 cases per 100,000. 1,550 down to 1. That's a long ways to go. So unless something miraculous happens in terms of a vaccine that works, that's widely distributed, it is hard to imagine that they would allow us to open, at least in a conventional sense. So I assume that's going into.
Michael, what it says is it's the yellow or minimal tier means daily cases number less than 1 per 100,000. That's a different number.
That's the current case.
Can I just weigh in? The current rate using that statistic is about 6 cases per 100,000.
That's correct. That's correct.
And we'd have to get down to 1. So that's a very tough target.
From 6 to 1 is a lot easier than 1,500 to 1. So that makes me feel a little.
Okay. The other thing I'd like to point out really quickly is that while this is new for San Diego County Fair, this is not new for fairs in the state of California or the vast majority of fairs across the country, having a single carnival operator. And we're fortunate in that the California Department of Food and Agriculture will provide us and has provided us the exact path that we need to take to create this RFP and to send this RFP out and to notice all of the industry about what we are planning on doing, because this is the way that all fairs in California, with the exception of one, the Ventura County Fair, and of course ourselves, operate.
I have a question about that.
Director Rowland. Go ahead, Director Rowland.
Thank you. So does the structure of the RFP, I mean, I understand what you're saying about single contractor, but does the structure also allow for the possibility of a third party managing a broader set of vendors, or is that done in the industry? Because there, I'm sure, are different models.
I'm not sure. Maybe you can clarify for me a little bit, but what the scope of this RFP would be just to manage the carnival or midway, as it's known as, and that includes the games, rides, and food that's only inside of that area.
So let me clarify what I'm asking. So you have a primary contractor and then you have subcontractors potentially to that primary. Are you expecting the prime contractor to be the one who actually runs all of the booths and kind of owns those, or are you looking for subcontracts as well? What is the flexibility that's allowed for within that?
So the benefit of having a master contractor is that they're responsible for all of those subcontracts in that area. That is something that we anticipate is going to be allowed, obviously, that a master carnival, contractor could subcontract in other rides, games, or food. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. Sometimes contracts actually encourage that so that there is a greater diversity in terms of the contractors who are involved. Is there an encouragement of that, or is that?
May I speak to that? Because, yeah, during our meeting last week, something that I raised was just that. I wanted to make sure that that we include diversity, that we look to have women-owned businesses and encouraged to apply, as well as diversity of applicants. So I could tell you that as chair of Fair Ops, I'll be very much aware of that, and I'm sure that my co-chair, Director Mead, will be very much aware of that as well.
Well, thank you, Director Schenk. And I'd just like to also add that given the impact that COVID has had on a whole range of small businesses, I hope that that any prime contractor would be very open-minded as to that inclusion. Thank you.
Carlene, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just to that point, it's typically, and especially for a fair of our size, but typically throughout the industry, it is not that a single, in essence, operator has to provide all of those rides, all of those games, all of those food. And so what happens in terms of those RFPs is a minimum number of what they own has to be provided. And then yes, and that encourages, and it's very common throughout this industry for any one carnival that's operated at fairgrounds to actually have other partners, subcontractors in terms of rides, games, and as well as food.
Any other questions? I was both Director Schenk and Katie had mentioned this, and I appreciate it greatly. Is we find ourselves in a different world literally today, given COVID, and then also the financial crisis that it has caused us, and so we are basically in every avenue of our business having to look at everything and reassess and determine whether or not what we did in the past works for us now and will work for us in the future. And I really appreciate staff's commitment towards that and looking for opportunities that might be new and always challenging for folks when we have done things a certain way for so long. But I also want to thank Director Schenk for the recognition of how we know this does affect our family members and our partners. And we hope that you understand that these are challenging decisions that we have to make in order for us to survive and get through all of this. And so they are challenging issues and hard decisions, but they must be made. And I appreciated that, that recognition of that. I don't believe that this requires a motion. I would like clarification from Mr. Kaplan here. I think this is just simply a situation where the Fair Ops Committee and staff is bringing to the board's attention and to the public's attention the issuance of the RFP, and that there is no formal motion or vote that needs to be taken in that regard. And I wouldn't want to have to do that here and then set a precedent that is somewhat unnecessary. Is that correct?
I think that, yeah, that Chair Valdez, that's correct. And historically, the district typically will defer to staff on determining whether an RFP might be appropriate, working with the committee to finalize the RFP, because ultimately the board will need to approve any contract that would be awarded following any RFP process. So the board has ultimate authority on the contracting side, but the RFP process has traditionally been an operations piece, and staff has the expertise to make sure all the pieces are in place to finalize and disseminate the RFP.
Thank you.
So is the plan that there will be one RFP that presumes full fair operations and the possibility of some limited operation, possibly even vehicular only? Or would it be potentially two separate RFPs, one that's a limited, maybe car only operation versus a full fair operation? How's that going to be handled?
No, this is for, this situation would only arise not for having a vehicle only event because people couldn't get out of their cars. This is just for the carnival rides, the games, and those food operations within the carnival area. So in terms of the rest of the fair operations, that will either be staff or there may be other, RFPs or IFBs coming forward in the future for some of those operations as well.
Okay.
Director Gelfand, as I indicated, we don't know yet what it's going to look like, but we have to be prepared in case it does have any semblance of a fair that is a traditional type of fair. We want to hit the ground running, and we don't have an inordinate amount of time. I would tell you this: typically, in every other year, we'd be well on our way toward. Beyond theme, we'd be on our way to signing contracts and engaging vendors. And with what just happened today, it really will require a focus on how we're going to get there and a drilling down on how the best way to get there on a very short timeline. So we'll report back once we get to that stage, but I appreciate everybody's comments and support, and we will make this as strong and fun and safe fair as we possibly can coming into 2021. If there are no other comments, I do want to have a little bit of fun with the next topic that we have, which is the San Diego International Beer Festival update. Katie, are you going to provide that?
Actually, Jackie, who is on the line, is going
Jackie,
to
okay.
update us.
Great. Jackie, you get the fun topics.
On to you, Jackie.
I'm waiting for production to let me. Where is?
Maybe they've been tasting too much of the beer.
You're good, Jackie. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I don't have the ability to share because you guys changed my status.
I hate when that happens.
So difficult being the quilt and cookies and accounting person, huh?
It's a full-time gig.
Do you want to play it from your thing, man? Stand by. We're trying to find her, and if not, we also have it on our. Here you go. Where'd she go? Jackie, are you still there? There you go. There you are.
Hey, welcome.
Now you need to unmute. Yep. What's that block there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So yes, I get to talk about a fun topic. If we rewind back into March, we were getting close to the deadline for our entries of our international beer competition, which is known nationwide and generally celebrates over 1,500 entries of mead, cider, and beer. And when we went into postpone the fair in April, it would have been right about the time we would have been judging. And after talking to our coordinators, we just decided to let everything sit. We had already had roughly 800 to 900 entries. This group is notorious for sort of entering late. And we thought we'd just see where we'd go. So we ended up opening everything up and deciding to extend the deadline, and our entry deadline was August 21st. We accepted entries from the 24th to the 28th, and what we did was they had to go into a Survey Monkey and reserve a time, which was great because we knew what beers were coming when. We had staff with all the safety protocols. We had areas for them to drop off there at O'Brien Hall with safety measures in place. All the hand sanitizers, masks, not leaving their car. And then we did the judging and we used a lot of the protocols and worked closely also with Sue Walls at DMTC that they had put in place. So we knew we had the right signage and equipment and PPP. So this is kind of an overview of what the judging looked like. We ended up with 62 judges. Basically over the course of 3 days, we had a limited staff and judging panel on Sunday. 25 of the San Diego Fair staff filled in the blanks of what we normally have for volunteers. So we had everyone from contracts and operations, from security to production, who help be beer stewards. And then we had 12 of our normal volunteer beer stewards that came in. Everybody was masked, had proper handling. We worked closely. We got a great deal from Board and Brew sandwich place who did individual lunches for us that included chips and a sandwich for $6.50. So we actually did better and received tons of compliments from the judges on the actual lunches. The outcome was we ended up with over 1,000 entries, 162 breweries, meaderies, and cideries participated. The gross revenue with our entry fees was $62,550. We're still getting all the expenses in, but we're thinking we're gonna net right around $55,000. Then what we did is the big part of the beer festival that everybody loves is on Saturday when we give out the awards. So taking everything we learned from our junior livestock to our home winemaking, we went live with virtual awards and had the top 3 finalists in the categories of a brewery of the year, meadery of the year, best of show mead, and best of show beer live. And I have it, once again, I have to put hats off to our production crew here at the fairgrounds because they're pretty awesome, and what we've accomplished has been pretty amazing. It kind of felt more like watching a podcast than a live feed. So here's just a little blimp into when we picked Brewery of the Year. So you can see before I start this, the 3 different breweries that were patched in live. 2 were in the state of California, 1 was in the state of Iowa, and then our 2 coordinators and our MC. So let me get this going for you.
Our 2020 Grand Champion Brewery.
Well, see, you can all read that right there, right? No, just kidding. Hazelic Brewing Company. Congratulations, Grant and guys. And
all right, congratulations. Great job.
Congratulations, you guys.
Oh,
friggin' rookie.
So
that's awesome. Congrats, guys.
Grant, I guess you're not off the hook yet. So congratulations. And can you tell us just a little bit about the beers that you guys entered this year and what you think set you apart in this year's competition?
Sorry, guys. I had the mute on for the initial celebration. Sorry, I didn't hear. We didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, Grant. Was there anything that you guys, first of all, felt like what possessed you to enter the beers that you guys did, and kind of what do you think might have set you guys apart from some of the other breweries?
Some of the beers that we entered, we felt like they showcased our creativity quite a bit. Who makes an Imperial Roggen beer? You know, nowadays, like we felt like that was just too fun not to share with the world.
Obvious style.
Yeah, an obvious style. It's going to be the next big thing, of course.
Next trend. Move over hazies, right? Yeah.
It's terrible to brew. I don't recommend any brewers. Don't brew beers.
Our 2020.
So that kind of gives you an idea of what it felt like. The Brewery of the Year was actually the one that was in Newton, Iowa. So to me, it was so exciting to get to see these people joining us from all over the nation. And Oscar and I actually were talking in the middle of it, saying we got to do this if we ever go back. Well, when we go back live to be able to patch people in that aren't necessarily here at the festival and to have them get to participate in the awards. The brewery of the year for mead and cider was Moonlight Meadery, and they were out of New Hampshire and they were live. They had participated for a number of years, and they were extremely excited. And then Best of Show Mead Cider was Batch Mead out of Temecula. The final award that we gave out was Best of Show, and we got fortunate because the winner was out of Carlsbad. So although they knew to call in and they were one of the finalists, what they didn't realize is that we had Jason outside their establishment. And so when we went live to announce them, he walked in the door with the actual big trophy already engraved, just like you were here at the fairgrounds. And it was pretty spectacular. They gave us, they were pretty excited. They were shooting off the beer and they were all there. And it was just a great experience going through everything that's been happening here at the fairgrounds. The last couple months has definitely not been fun. And as Fred said, the exhibits department is pretty much down to me. And, you know, having staff, having something to focus on that was, you know, positive was great. It was bittersweet, but we learned a lot of things. We adopted a lot of techniques to kind of deal with the COVID, and it really opened up opportunities. As I mentioned, you know, having a designated time to bring in your entries, to we usually have to print out this 100-page book on styles when they're judging. We did it with QR codes. So we also learned that it was a great time of year to have the competition because it's when one of the big other competitions in America is happening, and they're brewing those products for that competition. So to be able to do that and coincide ours was a great addition. So it was a proud moment, but you know, a week later, I had to say goodbye to the staff that made it happen. So I can't thank them enough in our exhibits department and all the staff around the fairgrounds that jumped in and participated and helped us get this accomplished.
Any questions? Well, once again, Jackie, I just love your presentations. They're fun, they're exciting, they make me remember why we're here. And I really appreciate that energy and positivity you bring. So great report, love it. Thanks so much for what you did and for your entire department as well.
Well, that concludes the Fair Ops reporting. And Jackie, thank you. I hope you had fun reporting out on that one. Look forward to next year.
I can only say as a board member, I'm disappointed that we don't get samples of the winners.
Next time. All right. Thank you, Director Schenk. We're going to item B, DMTC Liaison Committee, and I'm going to ask for Josh Rubenstein.
You're muted, Josh.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Josh.
Star 6 since you're on the phone. Star 6. There he goes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Delmar Thoroughbred Club's fall meet begins this weekend and runs from October 31st through November 29th. We will operate a 15-day race meet over 5 weekends. And the biggest difference between the fall race meet and the summer are the number of horses and personnel in the stable area. During the summer, as we've previously reported, we have approximately 1,800 horses and about 1,000 stable area personnel on site. The fall meet has a much smaller footprint with approximately 400 horses and 250 stable personnel. The majority of horses that run during the fall season ship in on race day. As was the case during the summer meet, due to the pandemic, the fall season will be held without fans and under strict or stringent COVID response protocols. Our COVID response plan has been vetted by medical experts at Scripps and the county's Health and Human Services Department. This is the same operating plan that you saw prior to our summer season. which include daily health screenings for everyone on property, on-site medical professionals, and mask wearing and social distancing are required. On the non-COVID front, we continue to work with district staff, so interim events such as car concerts and snow jam can take place alongside horse racing. Our teams are working very well to ensure operationally that happens. Our fall season, we're proud to say, is the premier race meet during the month of November. We anticipate stables from the East Coast running during the fall, especially over Thanksgiving weekend, which offers several high-profile stakes races. Next fall, we are proud to host the Super Bowl of horse racing, the Breeders' Cup, which will be held November 5th and 6th of 2021. When we last presented the Breeders' Cup in 2017, the first ever Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, it was the most financially successful event in the Breeders' Cup's 36-year history. And the positive economic impact to the community was over $100 million. We're fortunate that the 21 Breeders' Cup is over a year from now, and hopefully we'll be in an environment we'll be able to have fans on site. As far as this year's fall meet, which opens, as I said, next Saturday, I'm here as well as Kim Jacobson, our risk manager, and Joe Harper, Del Mar CEO. We're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I'm hearing none. Okay. Included in the board packet is the satellite wagering report from Kevin Bonifay. I think that since there are no questions, I'm going to go on to public comment for this item. And remember, we're limited to 2 minutes for everyone today. First up is Martha Sullivan.
You're on, Martha.
Hello, this is Martha Sullivan from Imperial Beach. I just want to emphasize to the board that so far this year, California racetracks have killed one horse every 3 days. So it's very fitting that Del Mar is reopening on Halloween, because it's Halloween every day for the horses. There were 5 horses that died in the summer. Mean Sophia died on September 5th. Her trainer is Peter Miller. Plum Dandy died on August 31st from a stall accident. The trainer is Sal Gonzalez. Irreproachable died in training on August 24th. The trainer is Philip J. D'Amato. Pony Horse, the Armenian, died on July 21st. And Lovely Lilia died in training on July 11th. And her trainer was Vladimir Sarin. You know, the training accidents are just as significant as the racing accidents. There's been research recently published on this, because the injuries that occur in training have been documented that lead, you know, to the catastrophic failures. And whether they happen in training and whether they happen in racing, it really doesn't matter. I also want to point out that we are tracking several horses that have basically gone MIA
That's time,
after
Martha.
racing at Del Mar.
Thank you. On to Jane Cartmill.
In his October 8th letter to the California Horse Racing Board, Hall of Fame jockey Mike Smith, writing on behalf of the Jockeys Guild, criticized the restrictive riding crop rule that was adopted by CHRB in March of 2019 and finally went into effect October 1st. As you know, the rule limits the manner and frequency with which jockeys may use the crop and will be in use for the fall meet at Del Mar. Smith, who rides regularly there, complained that the rule is contrary to the instincts of jockeys, is hazardous to the profession, and has a serious impact on the integrity and outcome of the races. Although there were 18 months in which to prepare for this, jockeys continued to agitate for delay in implementing the rule. Quoting from his letter, "In multiple races over the weekend, jockeys were limited in the encouragement they were able to give to the horses, which in turn impacted outcome of the race, and jockeys were unable to maximize placing of the horses. The owners, along with the betting public, both of whom are the driving force behind our sport, were not afforded every possible opportunity to maximize return on their investment." So despite the claim later in his letter that, quote, "the ultimate goal is to establish a standard that is in the best interest of the welfare of the horse," unquote, it is clear that the crop represents the means to an end, the end being the financial welfare of the owners and bettors and jockeys. It's not about safety. It's about pushing the horse to the limit to run faster and faster and place better and make more money. The Hall of Fame jockey is telling you that this is the truth about horse racing. And calling whipping encouragement, now there's a euphemism if ever there was one. I regret that the Del Mar Fairgrounds continues to host and promote this industry whose participants debate only the degree of abuse which can be inflicted on horses.
Thank you. On to Jim Coleman.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks again to the board for allowing me to share some thoughts with you again. First, I want to express my appreciation to the 22nd DAA board and Carlene and her team for the creativity you've all come up with to keep our fairgrounds functioning as great as possible. So you have my deep thanks for that. Back to the agenda item, I want to congratulate the Thoroughbred Club for an outstanding and safe race season this summer. DMTC has demonstrated with the COVID procedures that were put in place that they work and work really well. Fewer horses and backside workers coming for the fall meet. This should really be a piece of cake to have a safe, healthy, and successful race meet. Speaking on behalf of our business community in Del Mar and the surrounding areas, we're excited for the fall meet. That even though we won't be open to fans, or the racetrack won't be open to fans, trainers and owners will be in town. They'll be in the hotel rooms. They're going to be supporting restaurants and retailers. And this is at a time when that need is critical. So thank you so much for supporting that. And now it's time to look forward to huge successes as we move forward to the fall and into 2021. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. On to Oscar De La Torre.
Yes. Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you all for your service, everyone on the board of the 22nd DAA. My name is Oscar De La Torre, and I'm a worker advocate, and I'm just calling to just, really an appreciation for DMTC and echoing what the last caller just said in terms of the successful summer season. There was concerns, about COVID and infections being spread, and with working in collaboration with the public health officials that signed off on the on all the planning on the COVID plan, workers were kept safe. All the workers I talked to, felt very, very secure working at Del Mar and in the racetrack and in the stable area, and all the protocols kept people safe. I talked with Doug O'Neill, and he had all of his workers were safe. No one came out positive, so that was very good to hear. We're now approaching another the fall season, and we want to make sure that the protocols continue. We want to advocate for that. All workers want to, continue with those protocols to keep everybody safe. Because it's so important. I mean, earlier we heard of the economic pain caused by the job losses because of the cancellation, of the annual San Diego County Fair. This is economic devastation for a lot of families that depend, on the fair. And likewise, without live racing, there would be a lot of people, a lot of families that wouldn't be able to make it. In the middle of a pandemic with a homelessness crisis increasing, we need to be thoughtful of the consequences of what we're advocating for. Those who are advocating for an extreme ban on horse racing need to really reflect on that. And we care about the horses, obviously, because we support the reforms that make Del Mar, the safest racetrack in America. I mean, that's something we should all be proud about. But we also need to think also about the workers. So we care about the horses and also about the workers. So thank you very much.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Paul Nemeth.
No longer on the queue.
And Kim Mars.
No longer on the queue.
Thank you. That brings item B to a conclusion. On to item 5C, the Contracts Oversight Committee. I'm going to hand this over to Carlene first for the revised delegation of authority item. Right.
So if, as you recall at last month's meeting, this board approved the delegation of authority for check signing and contract limitations. In submitting then the paperwork to the various banking institutions, the local agency investment fund, or as we commonly refer to it, is as LAIF, has actually requested that we specifically use their resolution form to update the signers on the account. And as you can see, so this is the resolution from LAIF directly. And then as you can see on the signers on the account, and Lisa, we have corrected the spelling of your last name on that document. But also it holds the position of, it in essence authorizes the titles for signing authority on the account. And though our currently our CFO position is vacant, in the future, when that position is filled, that without having to bring it back before the board, because that position is already authorized, it would be included in the adoption and approval of this resolution.
So do I have a motion to approve the resolution set forth on pages 27 and 28 of your board packet?
I have, okay, good.
Was that a motion?
Yes. Kathleen Mead.
Roland.
Joyce Roland.
Roland did the motion, Mead did the second. Any questions?
I have just a minor question in addition to the motion. So I see here we are moving both by title and by name, with the exception, as you mentioned, of the CFO. Will these resolutions carry over for future presidents and vice presidents, or do these have to be redone at that time?
Based on the explanation from LAIF, currently it sounds like it would carry over in the titles, but we'll be confirming that with them in terms of the start of the year, because I've seen that done both ways with LAIF.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Donna, the vote?
President Valdez?
Aye.
Vice President Barquette?
Aye.
Oops, I lost my list. Director Gelfin?
Aye.
Director Mean?
Aye.
Director Mosier?
Aye.
Director Nejabat?
Aye.
Director Rowland?
Aye.
Director Schenk?
Aye.
And Director Slayman?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. On to the item 2, recycled water amendment.
So in accompanying the agreement, the amended agreement as well, there's a report in your board packet on page 29. But just to give you a little bit of background on this, we've had a long-standing agreement, as you can see, since 1997 with the San Elijo Joint Powers Authority for the use of recycled water. Now, over the years, our use of recycled water has declined, and in part that's due to the awareness and therefore the need to protect storm drain, stormwater runoff into our streams and oceans. So as an example, it used to be that recycled water might get utilized to wash down, buildings or parking lots or things like that. But in protecting the, because that's treated water and the need to protect that, we've had to move away from that. So over the past few years, we have actually, at the end, the contract runs July 1 to June 30th of each year. And at the end of that, we've actually owed more because we haven't used as much of that minimum contracted water, the per acre foot. And so we notified the JPA, it's a 1-year notice to cancel the contract, so we did that. And that from there, we entered into negotiations with them. And so our contracts department did a really great job in working with them. And the JPA was also very accommodating of how our needs have reduced over the years. And so what you have before you is an amended contract that reduces the per acre foot to the approximately what we have been utilizing over these past several years. So it's based off of that. And in essence, extends this for an additional 2 years. Now, during that time, we'll be able to further evaluate our recycled water use, see if there are other potential sources for us to increase that, and before we make any additional changes going forward of whether or not we need to increase or decrease the contract with the JPA in the future.
Any questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve and accept the second amendment to the Reclaim Water Sales Agreement between the San Elijo Joint Powers Authority, the City of Del Mar, and the 22nd District Agricultural Association, set forth on pages 30 to 33 of your board packet?
So moved.
That was Director Mosier. Second?
Second.
That was Barquette, right? I think. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, Donna, vote.
President Valdez?
Aye.
Vice President Barquette?
Aye.
Director Gelfen?
Aye.
Director Mead?
Aye.
Director Mosier?
Aye.
Director Nejabat?
Aye.
Director Schenk?
Aye.
And Director Slayman?
Aye.
Did I get missed?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Director Rowland?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Martha Sullivan is signed up for this item. Martha, you can speak now.
*6, Martha.
Yeah, I'm here now. I'm actually kind of confused that what's the point in taking comment after two votes have been taken?
My apologies. I should have asked you to give your statements prior to the vote, and that was my error. I apologize. You were right. You should have been asked first. You can offer your.
Well, and it's actually in this particular instance, it doesn't make any difference, because the nature of my comment in reading this agenda item, the background material, I saw that the CFO is listed as vacant, which I had not understood previously, because last month the report was, I think in the minutes maybe, was documented that Ms. Walls was on leave. So I just wanted to confirm that indeed Rita Walls is no longer the Chief Financial Officer.
I will answer that question, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Walls had announced her retirement effective October the 16th, and we thank her for her service. And
I
again,
see. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, and again, I apologize for my error in not calling you at the proper time, and I appreciate your comments in that regard.
Thank
That
you.
won't happen.
Thank you.
That won't happen again. You're welcome. Okay, that concludes Contracts Oversight Committee. On to 5D, Food and Beverage Committee. Director Mead. You're on mute.
He stepped away. Just gonna leave Martha in there. She comes back again.
Kathleen, you're muted.
You know what? Maybe we are going to, perhaps she had to step away for a minute. So I think her report is relatively short. I might want to, oh, there you are.
I apologize. I did have to step away. I was interrupted. So thank you. I was racing back. Thank you so much. I am assuming we're calling on me for the premier for the F&B report.
We are. Thank
Oh,
you.
of course, timing was bad. Well, you are exactly right. My report is short because I want to introduce the GM of Premier, Mark Wiggins, who will provide the F&B report to us this month. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Director Mead. For the month of August, we had a total revenue of just slightly below 135,000. 94,000 of that was from the Fair Fix, which is our third-party operators out in the main parking lot. And we also had 40,000 in revenue from the live meat that made up that we were feeding the owners and the employees of the DMTC staff. The cost of goods was low, mostly because of that 94,000 doesn't have any cost of goods associated to it. Payroll again was high due to our health and welfare cost, and other operating expenses again were high due to the sales being down comparative to what it normally would be year to date.
Any questions? I don't believe so. Anything else, Director Mead?
No, that's going to end our report. Thank you again, Mark, for your support of the fairgrounds.
Right, thank you. As I stated before, I changed the order of a couple of the reports. So now we are going to Community Relations Committee, Director Mosier.
Yes, the Community Relations Committee met this morning with representatives from Del Mar and Solana Beach. And the major topic was a draft memorandum of understanding that was passed last night at our city council regarding affordable housing units to be potentially built on the fairgrounds. The city of Del Mar filed their 6th cycle housing element draft with the State Housing and Community Development Department that was sent off last week. And as part of that, they included a potential siting of 21 or 51 affordable housing units on the fairgrounds, subject to negotiation with the fairgrounds, which of course owns the property. And in this 6th cycle housing,
We're losing you a bit. So you need to back up a little bit. So we ended, where did he end up, Catherine?
You know, Don, because we're losing your audio, you might cut off your video. So just to see if we can hear you better.
The last thing the reporter heard, Director Mosier, was where you said, of course, the 22nd owns the property.
Okay. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The essence of this memorandum of understanding is that Del Mar needs to reach a binding agreement with the fairgrounds about siting of affordable housing within 3 years of approval of their 6th element housing, which would be approved on April of 2021, and we'd have until April 2024 to sign this binding agreement. So basically this draft MOU opens a period of negotiation about whether we can reach agreement with Del Mar, Solana Beach, and potentially the city of San Diego on siting of affordable housing.
I have a question regarding that, but I'm not sure if that completes your overview or report with respect to the meeting from CRC. So I don't want to interrupt you.
No, that is, there were some other minor issues about fair concert sound, and that seems to be well addressed by the fair staff. So that is the end of my report.
Okay. I want to make sure that everybody is aware of this, and so that we are in compliance with Bagley-Keene. So the issue of affordable housing is not on the agenda. We can't speak to it in any substantive manner. My understanding, Director Mosier, is that part of what the city of Del Mar had resolved last night at their meeting was to embark on discussions with the 22nd DAA with respect to possibilities of affordable housing being placed on the fairgrounds property. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so I think that one of the recommendations from the committee, and maybe I'm overstepping, is that it be taken out of the Community Relations Committee, this particular topic, and that it be placed in another committee for those discussions, if any, to take place with. Is that also correct?
Yes, and my initial recommendation would be that it go to land use because we have several competing uses for the fairgrounds property, and it needs, this use for affordable housing needs to be matched with other competing uses of our land.
Okay, so again, Mr. Kaplan, I want to make sure you're fine with how I'm proceeding. Since this is not an agenda item, and the request is from the chair of the Community Relations Committee that the particular issue that we're talking about be removed from CRC and placed into a new committee, and the recommendation is that it would be land use. We can't talk about it in any substance. The president of the board does have the authority, however, to assign items to appropriate committees with either an existing committee or create an ad hoc committee for that purpose with 2 board members charged with that, and then with the CEO and whoever the CEO from staff recommends to be part of it. So since this is brand new and not an agenda item, what I would recommend is that I take that under advisement, that I consider I understand that the recommendation, I agree that the item should be removed from Community Relations Committee because we are talking about a use of the fairgrounds property, and there are other folks involved in CRC that, for instance, the city of Solana Beach, where this isn't directly applicable to. Consequently, I agree that it probably should be removed from that committee. I would like the opportunity to consider that request and then inform the board members who I would like to be part of that committee, and then report that out at the November meeting. Mr. Kaplan, is all of that in compliance with the Bagley-Keene Act?
Yes, it is, Richard.
Okay. So that's how I would like to proceed on the item, since it was something that was just resolved last night from the city of Del Mar. I'd like to consider it, and then I will appoint before the next board meeting a committee to that task, and we will report that out and put it on an agenda at a future time at the appropriate time. Any questions about that? Okay.
Go ahead.
Director Rowland?
My question was, is how this happened kind of how you would normally expect a matter like this to come to the board? I just haven't really experienced that before. Do we have a heads up that this was going to proceed in that fashion? I know there have been conversations for many years, and there's obviously a dire need for housing, but I was just kind of curious about process and if this means anything about our relationship with the city of Del Mar.
I will field that that question directly from my vantage point, and then if any other board members, particularly those on CRC, that would like to chime in, or any others. I was not made aware of this directly from the cities. I've not had any conversations with the folks there, so this was news to me. And consequently, one of the reasons why I am taking a bit of time to determine the proper procedure to follow and the committee that would be proper for this. I'll let Directors Mosier and Barquette, if they would like to respond to that, to your question as well.
Or management.
Or management, of course, sorry.
This item appeared on the Del Mar Council agenda that was posted last Thursday, and I shared it with Carlene as soon as I saw it. Okay. But the memorandum of understanding was developed by the city of Del Mar without any input from the Fair Board. So it is a draft document, and I think there is anticipation that the final memorandum of understanding will be different from this draft document. So it's really the beginning of a negotiation, not the end of a negotiation.
And from my perspective, I was not given notice at all that this was taking place. So it did come as a shock to me when I saw it on the agenda as of yesterday. I did inquire. I had a Zoom meeting with Carlene and with staff and Richard. So I was advised at that point. Have I, been asked if I have an opinion on it? No, I have not. Discussion has been very, over the last couple months that we've had committee meetings, the discussion has arisen. But to be honest, I thought we were at the site visit stage. I didn't know it was entering into a formal MOU with the city. I had no idea. And I'm not sure if a site visit has been completely done. It seems like it's been done in parts. But I did gather that there has been meetings with Director Gelfand on this subject already. And as your name came up today quite a bit. So it seems, and maybe Michael, you might want to shed some light on it.
Well, I haven't had any direct discussions with anyone from Del Mar about it. I only heard about it through Director Mosier. But I have a process question and then a comment. The process question is, Director or Chairman Valdez, will there be a sort of first step where there's a committee that looks into whether or not we should enter into negotiations at all, and then that committee or a separate committee to actually oversee the negotiations? Or is it just there'll be a committee that enters into negotiations only to bring the final conclusion of those negotiations to the board? So those are, sort of process questions. And then my comment would be, this is not an interim use that they're asking for, which I think would be like appropriate for the land use committee. This is a permanent use of a, chunk of property owned by the DAA. And so it seems like it might be appropriate to a committee that, like strategic planning that's more long range, or to an ad hoc committee specifically devoted to this task. So,
if I may ask a question very quickly to Josh. Josh, I didn't realize that permanent housing could be placed on state-owned property.
Well, there is some authority under the Food and Ag Code that allows for districts to effectively allow for affordable housing development on state property. The district also, although it would require the approval of the Department of General Services, the district is able to contract to lease or sell its property. But again, the district's not allowed to transfer any interest in real property without the express approval of the Department of General Services. So while the district has some authority to entertain this idea, there are other agencies that must be involved in this process, and in particular, Department of General Services.
Right. And do we have any authority to be for instance, a landlord?
That's a question that's going to be more difficult for me to answer on the spot during a meeting. I'd have to take that back and look at that. Certainly, the district has the ability to lease property, to generally contract for use of its property. There's not anything specifically in the Food and Ag Code that speaks to the district's role as a landlord, but I would need to take some additional time to look at some other guiding documents, including AG opinions and case law, to determine whether, in fact, a DAA would have that type of authority.
We already are a landlord for commercial uses like the RV park and the tennis club and the golf and whatever.
It's not permanent housing though.
Well, I took Director Barquette's question when she framed it as landlord. I took that as a true like a residential landlord. Certainly, the district rents out its property for commercial uses on an ongoing basis, whether it's a home and garden show or the golf center or the RV park. I really took her question to ask, can the district be in a position where it might be required to issue like notices to quit if a residential tenant is holding over and not paying rent, or if the district is going to be held responsible for, maintaining, certain appurtenances in residential housing that may not apply to commercial uses. So it's the residential piece that makes it more difficult for me to answer on the spot.
Right. And I would assume, frankly, that if we did something like that, we'd be leasing it to an operator who would handle bringing in new tenants and evictions and all those sorts of things.
Can I interrupt real quick? I just want to make sure, and Josh, you're part of the dialogue here.
Yeah,
so,
you caught me, Richard. In fact, as I'm answering Director Barquette's question, I should not have answered, because we're now wading into a substantive discussion on this issue, which I think you correctly stated at the outset, we simply can't do because it's not on the agenda.
Correct. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted, since you were part of that dialogue, I didn't want to slap your hand. Director Rowland.
And we haven't allowed Carlene to speak yet. I would just note that, but I also had a question about process, and making sure that as we transfer this particular item to a committee of the board, that we understand what is the role of management in this versus the role of the board. I'm not sure that the board is, it should be in negotiating an agreement. I mean, I just want to understand what actually is the roles and responsibilities here, and just make sure that we're clear on that as well.
I do want to ask Carlene her input, but you now have posed this question, Director Rowland, and Director Gelfand has as well. That is one of the reasons why I am not in a position at this moment to state who I want to be governing this topic, whether it is appropriate for land use, whether it is appropriate for an ad hoc committee, because I'm not certain what the purpose of that the committee is at the moment. So I still need to gather further information, and since this is a brand new item that basically as a result of actions taken by the city of Del Mar, I would like to catch my breath on it, better assess it, and determine who would be the best, what was the best committee and what is the purpose of that committee, and certainly with staff's involvement, because I do appreciate greatly your recognition of the importance of staff's involvement and the staff's role in this, and what the board's role is not. So with that, Carlene, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I would just add to that, and thank you for that acknowledgement, that no, this is not typically, I think, how we would have seen something like this being presented and coming forward. I actually received the email item from the city manager just moments before Director Mosier had received it as well, and then he forwarded that on to Director Gelfand and myself from the standpoint of of land use, because of other things that the Land Use Committee is looking at. And then with the discussion that we had had yesterday in preparing for today's meeting, that's when I sent notified all of you as board members of that being on the council's agenda last night. So to answer that question, no, this is not typically what we would have seen. And we did clarify that in today's CRC meeting because there seemed to be some confusion as well with City of Solana Beach that, this really is a draft memorandum from the City of Del Mar, but we were not actively involved in the drafting of that. And I think that the City of Del Mar recognizes that because they did speak to that, they would anticipate that we will now take our time with it, and whatever that time is, if it's in the coming weeks, over the coming months, this isn't something that needs to be decided upon by next month's meeting. As Director Mosier spoke to, the clock really in terms of substantive commitment starts April 1 of 2021 through 2024. So we really have up until that time period to really review this properly. And in terms of those involved in it, if you look at the agenda report from the City Council, and what their recommendation was 2 council members and the city manager, and I would expect the same for us in terms of 2 board members, in essence, whether it's land use or another committee that is appointed to work with staff, to work with me directly on this process.
Thank you.
So I think since this is informational, I think we've informed fully and discussed about the process. I think we probably went as far as we can on discussing the topic. Does that conclude your report, Director Mosier?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. On to Land Use Committee. Martha Sullivan, would you like to speak?
I don't need to comment. I sort of did it as a holding thing in case the report was something I wanted to comment on.
I'm sorry, I was not hearing you correctly. Do you want to hear the report and then you speak?
No. I don't think I need to comment just based on the discussion I've already heard.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to the Land Use Committee. We have co-chairs, so between directors Mosier and Gelfand, take it away.
I'm going to let Director Gelfand talk about two pro bono contracts that he's arranged.
Thank you.
Well, I have 2 different companies who have offered pro bono services. One is a landscape architecture planning firm, Spurlock, which is based in downtown San Diego. And the other is a financial market study, financial feasibility analysis company, London Mortarer. And they both have offered pro bono services to help us in evaluating future planning of the fairgrounds property. And we're working with Josh Kaplan on those contracts, even though they're pro bono, to make sure that they work. But all of that is in the works. And as the scope of their work is better defined, we'll come back and make further reports to the committee.
Would you call that, is it more in the terms of like feasibility studies, Director Gelfand, that they would be embarking on?
Yeah, we have, from what I've seen just by talking to people in the community, et cetera, we've got, a list of several dozen, if not 30 or more different potential uses of fairgrounds property that are being proposed by different groups. And so this would be step 1, kind of a financial analysis of each of those uses. What might it generate in terms of net cash flow to the DAA? What would it cost to create? Would it be created by this individual user or user group, or would it have to be created and funded by us through a bond offering or some other mechanism? So it's a financial analysis of a whole smorgasbord of different potential uses of portions of the DAA property and Horse Park property, and then some land use planning where we actually see which, if even potentially all of those uses could fit. And so almost a kind of preliminary supplement to the strategic planning process that went on several years ago in light of new facts and circumstances.
And great. I think a really important first step with any such contract would be, staff, Carlene and her staff's involvement in the discussions of it. So there's a full understanding of, I think operationally, that's really an important component. And I hope that's going to be the first step so that we're all kind of literally on the same page as we go forward with, staff's involvement. Carlene, would you?
Absolutely. The contracts that I got from both of these firms, I've submitted to Carlene. She'll, I assume, be working with Josh and figure out our next step. It may be a further refinement of the scope of what they do or whatever, but it really is in Carlene's hands at this point.
Terrific. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Anything else, Director Gelfand or Director Mosier?
No, that completes my part of the report.
Thank you very much.
Nothing more for me.
We are now on sustainability, and Martha Sullivan, you signed up for that item as well.
Martha, you're muted.
Star 6, Martha.
Martha, still muted. Oh, there you go.
Hello. Could I hear the report first, please?
Sure. Director Mosier.
Yes, I'm going to yield the floor to Dustin Fuller, who will give us an update on the proposed solar battery storage project.
Thank you, Director Mosier. Hello, everybody. So you have the committee report in your board packet. Kind of give you a brief overview of that. Back in 2019, we identified solar as a potential on Fairgrounds property. This is kind of good timing. There's a lot of community choice alliances coming online in 2021. We did a little analysis and determined that our peak demand was on summer nights between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. as a result of the fair and probably race concerts or things that happened during the night. Our proposal was to do a solar array somewhere on the fairgrounds. We identified where these could potentially be placed and left it to the bidders to locate at different spots. We would have battery storage to meet our peak demand, and then we would attempt to sell back to the grid to these community choice alliances. We, staff, worked with DGS to try and get this going, and to our surprise, there wasn't really a state agency that has done this, at least the battery storage, the solar arrays, and the sell back. So we did our best to draft an RFP and realized that it was a little intense. There's a lot of construction components that we did not have the technical expertise to address. So we engaged California Construction Authority, and they will be overtaking the RFP process all the way through to construction. The good news is the RFP should be out tomorrow. So it's kind of a brief overview of where we are. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to address, or if I can't, I'm sure Carlene will.
Any questions? Director Gelfand.
Muting. Yeah, my only concern about this is that the panels, once installed, can either be moved to accommodate future land use planning, or that they're, on the roof of the grandstands or something that isn't likely to be affected by future land use planning. Or that they're amortized, quick enough that the moving of them or whatever becomes irrelevant.
Well, and if you recall, we had discussed previously that in terms of that, the proposers, the various bidders on this will put forth we've identified general areas that we are open to considering, and they will actually put forth their plan and recommendations. And from there, there would be another step of approval in terms of us actually determining where any of the, especially the panels, would be installed.
Yeah, but very well taken. Obviously, we have to consider future uses and whether or not this is going to be a problem. So I think that staff is well aware of that, and I think that we definitely need to make sure that we're cognizant of that going forward. Thank you.
So
any other questions?
Yeah, is that issue of the range of potential locations a document that I could see currently, or is it in development?
No, it's current. It's actually because it's in the RFP.
Okay, if you could send me a copy.
Dustin, can you send that to Director Gelfin, please? So, but we did. It's designed again. One of the things that DGS was also challenging is that typically when they're putting a project out to bid, it's that they have an already designed and engineered project that they are seeking bidders on. So this was a little bit new in terms of the again, the various proposers being able to put forth their plan. So there's flexibility within
the solar panels can be moved around and reused in different locations if the land use changes. Battery storage would be a little more anchored because you want the batteries pretty close to the main solar panels. So I don't think it's a big challenge, but we'll see what we get from the RFP.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mine is related to that last comment. Does the RFP includes this level of flexibility as a need or as something to be specifically addressed?
As I recall, it does.
Any other questions? Okay. Martha Sullivan.
Hello again. I just noticed reading the board packet on this item, there was the mention of the amount of some kind of a rebate or some kind of financial incentive going down at the end of this year. And it sounded like the expectation was the RFP would enable the contract to be awarded by the end of the year. And I guess the implication was that financial incentive, but there was also a mention of Coastal Commission approval being required. And I seriously doubt that's going to happen by the end of the year. So I just wanted some clarification on this.
Happy to clarify. It's actually that the credits drop at the end of 2021. So the winning bidder would have a year, in essence, to get Coastal Commission, their financing in place, things of that nature. So it's not that the Coastal Commission approval is required by the end of this year.
Yeah,
okay, good. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay. I think that concludes Sustainability Committee. On to Surfside Race Place, Director Barquette.
Arlene, I think you have a, can you hear us?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we're setting that up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
They're setting it up? Okay, thank you.
They are.
Stand by.
All right, so here is the latest update. And just again, I start off with a few photos, just sort of reminding where we used to be at. These are some photos very reminiscent of satellite wagering, a little bit more back in the heyday in terms of attendance. And then just, over time, how that has evolved, how it has changed, and to where we started a little over a year ago now in terms of construction to really renovate the entire facility into a multi-use and multi-aspect entertainment venue. So this was the original cutting open of the upstairs floor to open up that space and remove, in essence, that grid and install the necessary supports for the upstairs viewing onto the stage area as well. And so as you can see, by the end of August, they had that removed. And so you can see how the floor opened up. And the photo there to the left is, in essence, the seating platforms in the upper deck. And then in September, we started pouring a lot of concrete. And so the photo to the left is actually the foam blocks that exist, and then the rebar, and then the concrete floor was poured over and through that on the downstairs aspect of the building on the entertainment venue side. And the photo to the right is the sidewalk that had to be adjusted, additional ADA access incorporated into it, and so a new sidewalk being put in place there. And then in November of last year, it started to take a little more shape and form with some of the walls starting to go up, everything remaining open for ultimately for the fire marshal's inspections. And we continue to progress. The photo to your right on the left is the stage area. And what I'm really excited about, I'll be honest, is the very last photo of this entire slide, because you really see it really starting to take shape and take life. And hopefully 2021 is going to give us the opportunity to be able to showcase this to folks. And the photo on the right there, that is the back of the house, in essence, the loading dock, which is where the large bands and equipment will be coming in through. And so we continued into February of this year, a lot of HVAC work, ceiling work, ongoing walls. You can see again those the metal studs of the walls taking shape in the photo on the left there. And then in April of this year, started to see a little bit of the interior walls going into play. And if you recall, then we, with all that was going on, we suspended construction, and that didn't resume until, in essence, the beginning of August of this year. This is the kind of the long bar or the foyer side into the pre-function area before going into the venue, and the removal of some old kind of office and concession spaces, which is going to really open up the floor. And so here is where we are as of last week. So you can see that in terms of the interior walls, and this is the wall that separates that pre-function bar area from the concert venue itself. And you can see the insulation that's going in, being put in place to help create that sound barrier. You can see here, these are, the walls are actually truly starting to take shape and get the sheetrock and finish work started on those. This is the kind of the hallway or the entrance point. In essence, you've entered into the pre-function, the bar area space, and this is the short hallway there, the entryway that you'd go through to then enter into the concert space itself. And this is just, I think, a really great shot from downstairs looking up. And you can see kind of that wood railing that's going around. That's currently up there for safety. And eventually that will be a railing for the audience that gets to enjoy that area when we do get to open this up to the public. This is a shot, that scissor lift is on the stage itself, and part of that wood paneling that you see there, that's going to be to hold some more of the baffling. You can see over there on the right, those images, those wood panels that are slightly curved. That's part of the clouds and part of the, again, sound absorption that will be in the space. And then this is the picture that just I found very exciting, especially just the way the lighting was done. I mean, it almost seems like, you know, if you can disregard all of the construction materials, but you're really taking shape and almost has that glow like a concert hall does as you're entering into it, you know, before the orchestra comes out and things like that. So this is a direct shot of, you know, looking at the stage. That's part of the structure for supporting the upstairs that you see, I don't know, that kind of part of an octagon. Yeah, that you see there, and just really taking shape. And directly in front of us here is this little concrete wall is actually where the production table and really the controls of all that's going to take place going on in the building will be handled. So that's where we are on the renovation of Surfside Race Place.
Any questions?
What's your timetable at this point?
So construction should be completed sometime in early February. And then we have an amount of work that our staff will need to do in terms of cabling runs, basically setting back up the security cameras, Wi-Fi, door locking mechanisms, things like that, you know, being able to control points of entry. And so we anticipate in a non-COVID world that we would be opening to the public in March. But really the timetable in terms of when the public really gets to see this showcase will be based on where we're at as far as the county and state requirements and the possibility of gatherings this spring. But it would be available in terms of the marketplace as in March.
And what's the approach in terms of operation? Would it be an in-house operation or leased to, you know, a Live Nation type company or something like that?
We are actually in the process. That's part of what we are reassessing. So similar to the conversation we had earlier with regard to the Fair Operations Committee, it was originally planned that we would be operating this in-house given our reduced workforce and in essence, the number of people that we have left and also our financial challenges that we have. We're exploring all opportunities for how this could be operated in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, anything further, Director Barquette or Carlene?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to Finance Committee, and I'm going to pass this back right on to Carlene.
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry, Richard.
Sure.
Do you plan to acquire the PA system and lighting that goes with it? Or would that be something that would be rented for specific events or handled by a potential lessee?
It was actually included in the construction package.
Great, thank you.
Right, Henry?
That is correct.
Okay, so on to finance. In terms of the report that's in your packet on pages 43 and 44, it really just continues to provide, you know, what are the background in terms of, you know, the history and the discussion. And what I do is we try to update that, especially towards the end in terms of, you know, approach or where we're at on things. And so what I really wanted to point out within those last couple of paragraphs is that based on CDFA's, we've already talked about the layoffs and the impact of that and our reduced workforce going forward. But based on CDFA's latest interpretation of Assembly Bill 75, which was the $40.3 million that was set aside in the general fund for DAAs and CalExpo, now that our layoffs have concluded in October, we're no longer eligible for financial support. It's important to know that we are still well short of being completely solvent. And we are also short of what our anticipated amount was from CDFA and what we had articulated to them back in April when the questions were raised for all fairs in terms of what was going to be needed in order to make it through this very odd year that we are in. So we're in communication. We actually just met with CDFA via a conference call. Richard was able to join as well about a week ago Friday, and we're in the process of setting up another call with them for this Friday. And so we'll have more information to report out on, but it's something that the Finance Committee continues to work with and help support staff on, and how we move forward with this in terms of trying to secure additional funding.
Any questions?
What, just a quick look at the balance sheet and income statement. How long can we stay afloat?
Not long.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with the termination of assistance from CDFA, we still have to obviously pay our existing payroll and our mission critical, keep the lights on sorts of obligations, which exceed the revenues that we are receiving, which is not a surprise to CDFA at all, and one that we have continually informed them of and told them that we would be in this position come the end of our layoffs. So we continue to, as Carlene says, we continue to discuss with CDFA, but it is at the point where we're going to have to get some real assistance quickly from them, or we're out of cash.
So what's our burn rate? What does it cost per month to operate, and what are we bringing in?
We're bringing in on average about 600, it's been about 650,000 a month. Our burn rate on payroll going forward, starting in November, will be 600,000 a month. Previously, it had been approximately 1.6, 1.7. And then in terms of operating expenses, that's another 500 to 750,000 a month.
Does that include bond payments, or is that just pure expenses?
Pure expenses.
Okay. Well, at least on that level, we're not that far off. If we could get a little bit more, event and activity, going. The bond payments, that's a bigger problem. I assume that revenue level will increase a little bit next month from the horse racing.
Not really. That average factors in what horse racing pays us in terms of their rent for the season. So and actually that number is dropping off. The fair food fix over the summer was a big boon to that number. In October, fortunately, we've had Scream Zone, which is a boom to that, but typically our operating expenses were in the range of, including payroll, of about $3 million.
Okay.
We continue to stress to CDFA that we now have a staff of 62, I said earlier, and We have cut to the bare minimum. A good group, a good size of that is simply security and
About 40 of that 62 is our public safety, our security department, and our operations, basically to maintain the facility, keep it from falling into, you know, disrepair or in essence becoming a public nuisance, and securing both it and Horse Park.
So that remains, so there's really only 20 employees who are really trying to do all that's necessary on events and other operational duties. So we've stressed that with CDFA that, you know, their question might be, why you still have the staff that you have if you don't have the revenues? Well, we also have to have the staff necessary so that when we have the opportunities for revenue generation, we have the staff there that can actually make it happen. You know, we're doing everything we can, and then we will just have to figure out if we have to take to a next level and whatever that next level is.
Because of the fairgrounds accommodation of emergency situations, you know, whether it be flooding or fires or whatever, have we approached the county in terms of assisting at all financially?
Not directly in terms of something more than the current contract that we have with them for the testing that's taking place. It's a larger conversation that has to be had in terms of their budget and things, but it's definitely part of the overall in terms of sustaining and recovering in the future of what that plan could look like. Because I think that we are looking at a future and we're looking at it at, quite honestly, the state legislature that is looking for more local support of these, you know, state agency fairgrounds.
Carlene, to that point, and I know we're not the greatest counterparty to a loan of any sort at this time, but are we thinking about who might be sufficiently community-minded that they would want to see the facility sustained and who might have kind of the financial wherewithal to actually make a loan? That have we done any thinking or outreach along those lines, something that can buy us through to the better days?
There's been a little bit. The Finance Committee, our focus really has been on trying to confirm dollars that don't require a payback because we are leveraged pretty extensively, even currently. And that's one of the challenges that we face is that, you know, our revenues, 90% of that is based on mass gatherings. So we're extremely risky. So, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. And there has been some discussion. It's just our focus has been on, you know, what are the funds that might be available to us that wouldn't require that payback that really do help us get to a level playing field very soon.
Yeah, no, I completely understand the prioritization, but I hope we're running parallel paths on some of that because it sounds like, I mean, and I know Director Gelfand was kind of asking for our viability, but you know, the real question is, so when do we run out of steam? I mean, when are we shuttering based on what if nothing happens more, if nothing comes from CDFA, if nothing more happens, when are we shuttering? And that's kind
of sooner rather than later.
It's one of the reasons I suggested maybe talking to the county, because if you imagine a worst case scenario, the 40 people that we have doing security would, for all intents and purposes, have to be replaced by county sheriffs. You know, it's gonna cost the county money if we end up broke. I mean, that's just one example of why it might be in the best interest of the county to get involved somehow.
What I'd like to suggest to the board at this point is that I think we're teetering on discussions that would be better served and more appropriate in closed session. given the parameters of our closed session discussions. So I think that, I mean, it would be best if we tabled these discussions so that they're better presented and more fully discussed in the closed session area. So any other questions?
Yeah. Thanks for that, Chair. It's hard to know sometimes what can and can't be done in open versus closed session. So I appreciate your clarification on that. Happy to discuss it then.
I completely appreciate that, Director Rowland, because we have to be in accordance with Bagley-Keene, and part of my job is to be able to figure out when is it best to stop the open discussion and what would be better for closed. And I think we got there. So I appreciate your receptivity to that as well.
And I just want to but I think there is a punctuation point here. We've heard of a lot of amazing work that's been done by staff to continue to pull small rabbits out of increasingly small hats. And I'm, very appreciative of that and the work that goes on to create anything out of very little. But there comes a point in time where it needs to be clear to all of us and clear to the community that that our platform is burning, and that it's not going to burn for a long time. We've got a short wick on this. And that whoever is in a position from the state level, from the community level, from the broader level of people who are community minded to reach out and do something in the form of a long-term grant that you don't pay back based on the community service that we provide, or something even more creative, that don't wait, now is the time.
Agreed, appreciated too. Thank you. Anything further? And I believe Martha Sullivan signed up for this item as well.
*6, Martha.
Yeah, Martha Sullivan back. And I appreciate this board discussion because it filled me in on several questions that I had looking at the financials that were in the board package. The degree to which the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club does not contribute to this fairgrounds is pretty shocking. And the fact that the fall meet continues to go forward in light of that is very shocking. I mean, what I just heard is that your monthly revenues account for about half of your operating expenses, not even including the bond payments that are necessitated by horse racing. So I guess I'm truly flabbergasted that you're continuing to allow racing to basically, I mean, they're like a vampire, sucking the blood out of this fairgrounds. Literally. I mean, they're drowning you. It's really sad.
Thank you. That concludes Finance Committee. On to Strategic Planning Committee. Before I pass it on over to Director Slayman, I wanted to announce and first of all, thank Director Barquette for her service on strategic planning over the course of the last couple of years. Thank you very much, Lisa, for all that you did with respect to strategic planning. Director Barquette has rolled off of that committee, and thank you, Director Gelfand, for your willingness to join that committee. I think that's a real good connection with your participation in land use and with strategic planning will be quite helpful. Having said that, off to Director Slayman.
Thank you, President Valdez, and I very much echo your sentiment, thanking Director Barquette and looking forward to work with Director Gelfand on this. So kind of piggybacking on the discussion just now on the Finance Committee, the priorities for strategic planning have had to adapt quite a bit. We had quite a lot of very positive momentum going into the strategic planning, I guess the plan to create a plan that we had come up with. And then shortly after, as we all know, the pandemic hit. And it has completely, it's no surprise to anybody, has completely destabilized our operations, our fiscal viability, and we are succinctly put in survival mode. So all focus has for the last several months during the pandemic really been focused on how do we survive and restabilize. And that has been kind of it took a lot of the energy out of strategic planning from looking very far ahead and just restabilizing the base that we currently have. We are literally and figuratively in a new environment. So what we were looking at doing before probably not all of it makes sense anymore. And we're going to have to look at new ways to do things moving forward. So in a way, we have a clean slate, which is that is looking at the silver lining of what's happening. We are going to have to adapt entirely to this new situation, but first look at how do we stabilize ourselves right now. Looking 20 years forward will be pointless if there's no rock to stand on, which is what we are currently looking to do as a board as a whole. So the Strategic Planning Committee is going to be starting to, we're kind of getting out of being very reactive in what has been happening. And we're finally starting to shift into a proactive state again, where we're having the ability to divert energy into looking forward rather than just dealing with the blows that have been coming left and right. So as we do that, and as we shift gears and start to look forward, we're going to re-engage the process, re-engage with, pick up where we left off, but definitely the entire process is going to have to be reevaluated in the way that we were doing it before, and embrace a new way of doing it going forward. So that the committee will start to reassemble. We will start to put some planning together behind that, and everyone will start to hear about how we will look to re-engage on this topic. We have received some feedback from the community, or inquiries, should I say, kind of just wondering what has happened to the strategic planning that was being done before and where we stand today. So I just want to assure the community and everybody that more than ever, strategic planning is even more important today. The plan that we had in the past is no longer applicable in the environment that we live in today. So again, we first have to get our feet under us before we can really start to pick up steam going forward. But we will look at concurrently solving today's issues while having a long-term vision that we will be creating moving forward. So that said, that kind of just captures the situation that we're in right now. Are there any questions that anybody has?
Anything we wanted to add? I don't think so.
Great. Hearing none, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. We're on to, there is nothing for legal committee to report. We're on to public comment. And again, just a kindly reminder, these should be on topics that were not already on the agenda. First up, Martha Sullivan.
I actually signed up to comment on strategic planning.
Oh, go ahead on strategic planning. Sorry.
Thank you. I want to share something that was recently published with the board, just for your information. This is a report from an international conference on horse racing that happens annually in Paris, the IFAA, and I'm quoting as reported from the Pollock report, which is a trade press. Quote, tracks which rely on high attendance events should be particularly cautious of the future also. It's possible that even once a vaccine is developed for the novel coronavirus, some people may be wary of gathering groups of thousands. Panelists from Britain and Hong Kong agreed that in the meantime, they believe it's important to show customers stuck at home that they take public health seriously and to instill a sense of trust before they actually ask them to come back to the facility in large numbers, end quote. I just wanted to share that in terms of what you're looking at future, and what you heard today from the state health officer about mass gathering certainly reinforces this point. I'd also like, in the little time I probably have left, really encourage the board to step away from not considering cannabis, at the fairgrounds. I don't really understand what the federal law, how that inhibits the state fairgrounds. Maybe I'm not aware of federal funds that the fairgrounds received, or some federal permit that would be jeopardized. But I think, everything's got to be on the table. And the, prohibitionist mindset on cannabis has got to go by the way.
Oops, your time is up.
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan.
Now that concludes strategic planning. As I stated, nothing on legal committee. So now we are going to go into public comment, and you're back up, Martha Sullivan.
Thanks again. I guess I want to use this time to acknowledge, what the 22nd DAA, has been going through this year. The staff and, all the staff and the board. I've been attending these board meetings for over a year now, or maybe a year now. And I do really appreciate, what you've been going through this year, and particularly the last several months. And I know this is extremely, extremely difficult. I went through layoffs when I worked for the state from the late 70s through the late 90s. I was involved in a lot of the layoff preparations and meetings and notifications. So I understand. And I just want to acknowledge that and express my gratitude to all of you for being there and for working your way through this. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Jane Cartmill.
Well, I too am surprised to hear that your monthly expenses are about twice the revenue, and this has been an unusually difficult year, of course, but racing is certainly a big factor. It looks like at some point you will have to pull the plug on horse racing. Between the financial drain and the public perception of horse racing cruelty, you are definitely in need of new strategic planning. In spite of the affection for the riding crop that was exhibited in jockey Mike Smith's letter, which I quoted earlier today, the Jockey Club's president and CEO Jim Gagliano stated during the New York State Gaming Commission conference that he felt the horse racing industry needed to look outside of its own bubble, that the perception of the use of the whip, which he said, according to a report in Blood Horse, is becoming increasingly intolerable. He noted that Petco, the largest retailer of pet supplies, recently announced that it will no longer sell shock collars because it is not the appropriate way to train animals. Quote from Gagliano, "To me and to the Jockey Club, we see a future where hitting an animal with a stick won't be acceptable, certainly not for urging." Urging, well, I guess that word is a little more honest than encouragement, but again, quite a euphemism. The Blood Horse report noted that in 2019, the Jockey Club's Thoroughbred Safety Committee recommended completely eliminating the use of the crop for the purposes of encouragement. So while jockeys like Smith may yearn to indulge what he called their instincts and their former methods of using the
Time
whip.
is up, Ms. Cartmill.
Thank you. And I'm going to remind the public that public comment is supposed to be on items that are not part of the agenda. And if it does happen in the future, we will just turn off the mic. But since there was only one more speaker signed up, I let you finish your 2 minutes. Jacqueline Horton Toft.
Unmuted?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, fine, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to say, I have been an exhibitor at the fair now for several years. At one point, I was involved with 4 different departments. I've also been an exhibitor at the Riverside County Fair. And I'm going to think positive. I believe in the fair, and I think that it will happen next year. I trust all of you to make that happen. And those of us that rely on the fair for money and camaraderie and fun are counting on that. However, there are 2 issues that I would like to mention, and I would like to know how to get these on the agenda at some point, because I'm kind of new at this. I've only been to one of your other board meetings one time. One of them is the fact that I understood the fairgrounds was a non-smoking venue, yet there's a smoking tent for vendors, except for the fact that they don't stay in that smoking tent. It causes a great deal of problem in the parking area, and I think that that should be removed and made a totally non-smoking area. The other one regards some of your major sponsors, which I myself have found to be not totally 100% honest in the way that they do business out there. They, for instance, Verizon Wireless claims to be a sponsor, but the booth is not actually run by Verizon Wireless. They're run by an outside sales company. And we have run into a lot of problems with that company. So I think that there needs to be an issue addressed on how to make sure your major sponsors especially are being honest and upfront with the public so that people don't feel like they're getting ripped off when they go to the fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification to the public, an item is put on the agenda at the request of the president or at the request of a director, period. That concludes public comment, and I think we're going to take 5 minutes, and then we are going to resume in our closed executive session, which is a different, you know, the drill on that. Thanks, everybody. See you in 5. And remember, no talking until we are back in. You can stay. we're ready. I need my cheat sheet. There it is. We are up and going. We are back in open session. So we're on to item 8, reconvene to open session. The board conferred with and received advice from council on the items listed on the closed session portion of the agenda. We have nothing further to report. On to item 9, director's requests and closing comments. You have included in your board packet the board communications and correspondence. Also was the committee updates. The only thing that was different there was the inclusion of Michael Gelfand on strategic planning in place of Lisa Barquette. I don't think there's any questions on that. And for your information, that's in the, I think that's all correspondence in the board packet. Any other board requests or closing comments from the board?
None.
Nothing. Once again, thank you very much for your time. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second by Roland. Thank you very much for the time and the energy. Always a pleasure to see your faces, and we will see you in 3 weeks.
And yours.
Thank you very much.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.